Miss Mickey, Prof. Mario, Dr. Park, and all the members of UMC and all members of RCE, and also those who are online as well. Welcome to UAE, welcome to RCE Greater Gombak, welcome to the meeting of 14th Asia-Pacific RCE meeting. Okay, thank you for recording it. We would like to start with a bit of briefing on what will you be going through and who are the participants, because we thought this is the best networking sessions. Being the first sessions after COVID, this is a hybrid of online. Yes, many people are interested in getting to know each other and get to be connected again after being virtually connected. So for that purpose, but before that, let's begin with our traditions and our rituals for the Muslim to recite the prayer, the Fatiha as a prayer, and for the people of the other believers in your own language and wish. Bismillah. All right. For everyone purpose, allow us, the Secretariat, to give a bit of background, logistic, and also a bit of what will happen today and the next 2 days. For that purpose, we'd like to get the slides on. It will give the background who's around for those who can't see and for those who are online, and the activities we'll be doing. Yeah. Throughout the 3 days. It promised an interesting, dynamic field trip, quite a distance away, but we can guarantee you it's going to be quite an exciting journey to see the indigenous people. So while waiting for the slide, we will have, as you can see, the one in the middle of the table is the RCE that attend in person. We have Dr. Park from RCE Tongyong, and then we have Dr. Zida from RCE Greater Semenanjung. Yeah, we have from RCE Tongyong, and we have from RCE Southern Vietnam and RCE Yogyakarta, Prof. Irfan. Then we have RCE Penang, Chapareng. Then we have RCE Waikato, New Zealand, Dr. Betson, and we have Hubero from RCE Cebu, and we have 3 persons from the HQ, from the United Nations University, the RCE Global Service Center. And to get, so on screen you can see, why do we highlight this? Because we thought this is quite interesting international gathering that we've been missing for since the last 2 years that we are not able to do. And we've got the online participant from at least 26 regional centers around the world. There are 74, Mickey, if I'm not mistaken, around the world from 42 countries. So these are the ones who can make it today, given the timing difference as well. So those are from Japan, RCE Yokoyama, etc., Kyrgyzstan. So just to give some ideas, those partners who are not yet being exposed to the members of the RCE. So these are, given this opportunity, we hope that we can really establish strong connections and learn from each other. These are the COP, Community of Practice of ESD. So we hope we can really learn from each other. Next slide. What will happen today? This is the main meeting room. This is Senate Hall. We will have a concurrent session that will be happening in these sessions in this hall. And another 2 sessions will be happening at the Director's office. 1 sessions, and the other session will be in the Deputy Rector's office. They're all in 4th floor, just 1 floor down. Yeah. We also having a good opportunity in the afternoon to go for the campus tour. Yeah, will be led by several tourist guides that we have to show our beautiful campus. And after the campus tour, we will go to another place that Mr. Henry, the co-chair of the RCE Greater Gombak, they will be hosting us, and there will be a launching of RCE Greater Gombak Community Coordination Center. Meaning that quite an interesting happening that we'll have in the afternoon. And we also go to the Bites and Bean. Bites and Bean is a cafe that runs by PSPK. as part of our social sustainability agenda. Next slide. Next day, this is the field trip that we were referring to. We look forward, for everyone who will be joining. Those who are online, we tried to tease you before, but maybe for some reason you can't join us. But we'll try to give the virtual tour of the field trip. It's 3 hours journey from here, so we need to somehow be prepared for this. We provide all the details for that when we get closer to the time. On day 3, we'll go to the National Pedagogy Center for Indigenous people. This is the Teacher Training Institute, and we will have the closing sessions there. It's a reflections of what we've gone through first and second day. All right. So with that, as a brief of what will be happening today, so we would like to welcome again everyone, and let's enjoy the sessions. So now we'll begin the official opening ceremonies and keynotes that we will be listening to as a guideline for us to have the discussions here. So to start with honor, we'd like to invite Mr. Henry Sandanam, who's the co-chair of RCE Greater Gombak, to give his welcome remarks. Please, Mr. Henry.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite those who are from overseas for visit our Malaysia. I think after so long, we can have a face-to-face meeting like that. We are used to online meeting so long. So this is the first time all of you are here, and thank you very much for this 14th Asian-Pacific RCE meeting. So I would like to warmly welcome all of you to Malaysia for this RCE meeting. Thank you for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. It was short and sweet welcome from the co-chair. So, but rest assured, you will get more versions of it when we go to their place in the afternoon, including the roti bengali as well, right? Okay. Next, with an even more honor to have the opening remarks from Dr. Jungwi. Is he around already?
Yes,
Yeah?
I am here.
Dr. Jungwi?
Can you hear me? Yes,
Yeah,
can you
okay.
hear me? Yeah, okay, good.
All right. Dr. Jungwi is the head of innovations and educations at United Nations University Institute of IAS has changed the name, sorry. Institute of Advanced Study for Sustainability, right? Still get it right. So we'd like to hear from you, Dr. Jungwi, the welcome address and opening remarks for our sessions today. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chairman. Dear Professor Abdul Razak, the Rector of the International Islamic University of Malaysia, dear Professor Abidin Sanusi and Professor Henry Sandanam, co-chairs of RCE Greater Gombak, Mr. Keisuke Midori, the Section Chief of the Office of Environmental Education, Minister of Environment of Japan, and distinguished guests, RCE members, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UNU-IAS and the Great Global RCE Service Center, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all the participants of the 14th Asia-Pacific Regional RCE meeting. I wish I was there too and celebrate the first in-person conference in 3 years since 2019. And taking this opportunity, I would like to give a special thanks to RCE Kyrgyzstan for hosting the 14th regional meeting last year virtually during our challenging time to keep the momentum and keep us going. I just said, I wish I was there, and I really mean it after I learned the theme and the program of this year's regional meeting. Also, when I heard from Mr. Chairperson to talk briefing about all the program that await us. The theme of this year's regional meeting, empowering local wisdom for education for sustainable development, cannot be more timely and relevant to multiple global issues that we are facing now. For example, in the COP26 last year, learning from traditional knowledge and adapting it to find solutions to climate change called huge attention and heated discussion. And a session like Unlocking Climate Solution, Why Indigenous Knowledge Must Take Center Stage is still available if you want to watch from the YouTube. I was especially excited and amazed when I read through the program, which has a really balanced combination of listening to promising local wisdom practices and visiting indigenous communities like the Real World Lab, and also those all the communities that Mr. Chairperson just introduced for the next 2 days, and also bringing those labs to a primary school that you are going to visit on the 3rd day. In fact, our RCE networks are known to be working closely with traditional knowledge. According to the survey on RCE projects during the gap period from 2015 to 2019, 29% of almost 500 projects incorporated traditional knowledge into education and learning for sustainable development. It is evident that RCEs respect and preserve local wisdom and learn from indigenous peoples to work together on the ground to create sustainable communities. I assure you that the next 3 days will be an exciting sharing, learning, and networking time for all our RCEs. In this regard, I cannot thank more to RCE Greater Gombak and International Islamic University Malaysia for making this extraordinary regional meeting a reality. I also extend my special appreciation to the Ministry of Environment of Japan for their continuous support for the global RCE network. In the new RCE roadmap that was launched last year, the very first priority strategy for RCE networks was to serve as a hub for innovative leadership on ESD. UNUIS is committed to continuing our support for the RCE network to take this leadership role in making traditional and indigenous knowledge an integral part of accelerating innovative solutions and scaling up its impacts. I wish you a successful and meaningful regional meeting for next 3 days, and I thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you all in person very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jungwi. Very strong but yet beautiful message. On behalf of the Secretariat of RCE Greater Gombak, we too would like to thank UNU for choosing us to host these sessions. This is the 14th sessions. There are so many themes before, but this year we put up local wisdom, as Dr. Jungwi has highlighted, is an important issue for ESD and sustainable development in general. Next will be an honor to invite congratulatory remarks from the representative from the Ministry of, from the Office of the Environmental Education, Ministry of Environment, Japan, Mr. Keisuke Midori. Please, the floor is yours.
Hi, hello. So my name is Keisuke Midori. Hello, everyone. Warm welcome to all of you to this Asia-Pacific RCE Regional Meeting. I will deliver the opening remark on behalf of Mr. Reo Kawamura. He's Director of Office of Environmental Education, Ministry of the Environment, Japan. It is my great honor to give a message for the Asia-Pacific RCE Regional Meeting today. As you all know, the RCE is a flagship program on ESD, which conducted by UNUIAS, Government of Japan, as the main donor of this program. On behalf of the funding supported, I'd like to take this opportunity to touch upon 3 things. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the Asia-Pacific RCE members for your continuous efforts to make RCE successful to promote ESD. Secondly, I also would like to express my gratitude to UNUIAS, especially the Director, Dr. Yume Yamaguchi, and the Program Head, Dr. Takemoto, and his team for their engagement with this flagship program of ESD project during almost 2 decades. Since 2002, UNU, IAS, and Ministry of Environment Japan have been working together on several ESD projects, including this flagship program. And the number of organizations and regions certified as RCE has reached 186, and it's still expanding year by year. Thirdly, I'd like to emphasize the importance of ESD in relation to the SDGs. The SDGs goal 17 is partnerships for the goals, and in ESD for 2030. 2 out of 5 priority areas are empowering and mobilizing youth and accelerating local level actions. In those international initiatives on ESD, importance of youth empowerment, participation, and partnership with youth are repeatedly mentioned. We believe that youth is not only to be empowered by the societies, but also young generations has their own power to empower the community, society, and the world. That makes the ESD meaningful to realize the SDGs. Decarbonization is one of the most challenging goals. Our world is moving towards the realization of that. In order to do that, it is necessary to promote both local initiatives and individual efforts. Taking into consideration the international goals and the education and training for fostering local leaders who can contribute to solving problems in their community areas are indispensable. Thus, importance of human resources development and the ESD cannot be emphasized too much. I sincerely hope that this Asia-Pacific RCE Regional Meeting over coming 3 days, together with the field visit as well, will be fruitful for all of you, and that you will be able to bring the achievement back to your communities. I expect the success of this meeting, and thank you all for your strong support and participation in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Midori, for the nice speech and supports, and for all the support that have been given throughout the year until our 14th meeting. Hopefully that support will continue forever. In the spirit of our theme of the conference, that is the local wisdoms, and empowering local wisdoms for education for sustainable development, we would like to present you, those in person and online, a poem, a sajak, that will be read in Malay, but will be translated later on by Dr. Adli in English. With that, would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Wan Faisal bin Cik Johari from the Kuliah of Economics to share the poems.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Lanskap Bangsa, karya Muhammad Saleh Rahmat. Setelah melepasi 6 dekad, kita membina peradaban sekarang. Aku ingin bertanya tentang lanskap bangsa, walaupun jawabannya tiada. Masihkah kita dapat mendengar kicauan burung pagi? Masihkah kita dapat melihat pelangi berjalur 7? Masihkah kita dapat menyentuh pasir halus di pantai? Masihkah kita dapat mencicipi madu dari dahan tualang? Masihkah kita dapat menghidu haruman kemuning di dahan malam. Atau segalanya sudah berubah, kicau burung menjadi ngauman harimau, jalur pelangi menjadi lintasan petir, pasir di pantai menjadi taburan duri, madu di dahan tualang menjadi racun, kemuning menyebarkan sejuta kehanyiran. Aku hanya sekadar mau bertanya, kerana pertanyaan akan menerbitkan sejuta jawapan, dan kita pun akan terus berenang di lautan persoalan yang sedetik memberikan kenikmatan, tapi lebih banyak membuka rahang kengerian. Pada ini kali kesempatan, aku ingin bertanya lagi, dan berikanlah jawaban. Walaupun hanya suatu pendustaan, kerana pendustaan yang membahagiakan lebih baik daripada kebenaran yang melukakan. Landscape of Nation by Muhammad Saleh Rahmat. After over 6 decades, we build today's civilization. I would like to ask about the landscape of a nation, although there is no answer. Can we still hear the birds chirping in the morning? Can we still see the 7 stripes of the rainbow? Can we still touch the fine sand on the beach? Can we still drink honey from the branch of the tualang tree? Can we still smell the scent of jasmine at night? Or has everything changed? Chirps of birds supersede by roars of tigers. Stripes of the rainbow morph into lightning. Sand on the beach replaced by thorns. Honey transformed into poison. Jasmine instead release a foul smell. I would like to ask, because a question will give rise to a million answers, and we still continue to swim in an ocean of wonder. A drop will bring forth bliss, for open a plethora of fear. At this opportunity, I would like to ask again, and give me an answer, although it is a lie, because a comforting lie is better than truth that hurts. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Wan Faisal, for the very beautiful, impactful, touching recitations of the poems, and also with the translation done by Dr. Adli, just some rough ideas of it. We like to go next to the session for everyone's information as well, that this is a meeting. So we still hold the meeting style, it's not a conference. So for that purpose, we like to create continuity of the previous meeting. And for that, we would like to give the bigger background of what ESD and the bigger picture of sustainable development. For that purpose, we're very honored to have Ms. Wong Byun from UNESCO Paris, but I guess she's now in Seoul, to share with us an updates on education for sustainable development for 2030. That will give us the broad picture for our discussions from the next 2 days. So for that purpose, we'd like to invite Ms. Wong Jun Byun, Office of Education for Sustainable Development, UNESCO Paris.
Thank you, Jainal, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody who's joining this meeting. I'm very, very happy to be back among the Asia-Pacific RCE family and among friends and colleagues to share the update on ESD for 2030 country initiatives and possibilities of connecting with RCEs. My name is Won Jung-byun, Program Specialist in the section of Education for Sustainable Development at UNESCO headquarters. Next slide, please. So I'll be very brief. Today I have 10 minutes, so just rushing through, but just reminding ourselves, as you already know, that ESD for 2030 framework towards achieving the SDGs has been launched in 2020 in the lead up to the year 2030. And we are now on the road to implementing the ESD for 2030 roadmap, which is now available in 10 languages, including Korean, Mongolian, Russian, and Khmer, and Chinese and Japanese coming up soon. So this roadmap is the guiding document that will lead us for the next 10 years implementation of ESD globally. Next, please. And this framework follows on the Global Action Program period, where we had the 5 priority action areas of advancing policy, transforming learning environments, building capacities of educators, empowering youth, and accelerating local level actions. Particularly, the role of RCEs is very important in the priority action area 5 on local level actions. Next, please. And in this ESD for 2030, we have 6 implementation pillars that starts with implementing ESD for 2030 at country level and harnessing partnership through global network called ESDNet, and supporting communication in particular through UNESCO Japan Prize on ESD, promoting research and mobilizing resources and monitoring the progress. In particular, next please. Today, I would like to talk about this particular element, which is the centerpiece of the ESD for 2030 implementation called ESD for 2030 Country Initiative. Next, please. This country initiative is also has been connected with the recent discussions at the UN Transforming Education Summit, Thematic Action Track 2 on Learning and Skills for Life, Work and Sustainable Development. As you may know, UN Transforming Education Summit will take place this September among the heads of state hosted by the UN Secretary General. And already in June, at the end of June, we had the pre-summit in Paris at UNESCO headquarters. And there are 5 thematic action tracks, and one of them is connected to ESD. And in this regard, we have now been drafting a series of recommendations for the member states, which may now include this element called launching ESD for 2030 country initiative, calling on all countries to launch their 10-year umbrella initiative. Next slide, please. So in this global context, what is country initiative? This is an initiative led by countries, member states, to mainstream ESD in each country. So as you know, over the past 2 decades, we have been working on ESD in various levels, and there have been many laudable projects, good practices across the world. However, now this is really the time to mainstream ESD by connecting the dots and making sure that we create synergies and collaboration. This is why we are proposing under this ESD for 2030 an umbrella called Country Initiative, under which many institutions, including governments, academia, private sector, civil society, educators, and learners can come together. So this has to have a national scope because it's like a big umbrella for the whole country, and build on existing activities on ESD and expand where possible. So we are not asking for new projects to start on ESD, but rather bring together existing ESD work And this is very important because RCEs have been leading ESD work in many countries across the world. Next slide, please. And why country initiative? So for member states who implement ESD for 2030 country initiative, they can gain opportunities to bring together diverse stakeholders, create visibilities for greater impact, and showcase countries' commitment on ESD at international level and become a member of global network called ESDnet. So this ESDnet will host a regular meeting from 2023. Next slide, please. And in order to support the countries, UNESCO will provide technical support partnership and collaboration through this ESDnet, support resource mobilization and monitor the progress. Particularly now on UNESCO website, there's this ESD for 2030 country initiative page where each country, all their commitments at big global conferences and their country initiative and major ESD related documents will be all hosted in one place so that people can see how each country is progressing on ESD. Next slide, please. So for example, at the moment, Mongolia has already launched its country initiative as one of the first countries. And in the case of Germany, they're preparing for their country initiative around the national platform in ESD, which brings together around 650 stakeholders. And in Zambia, they commit to mainstreaming ESD by 2030 through collaboration of different sectors. And St. Kitts and Nevis in Latin America and Caribbean, it has submitted the country initiative that connects with their national ESD policy. So there are many countries who are coming on board on this process. Next slide, please. And particularly currently around 50 countries are working on this country initiative as first group of countries. And in Asia-Pacific region, Mongolia has already submitted. Japan, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, Maldives, Laos PDR have submitted a draft. And Cambodia, Timor-Leste, Kyrgyzstan, and Indonesia are in the preparation stages. So I would like to now invite you to see if your country is in this list. If they are you already involved in this country initiative process? And if you're not yet consulted, please reach out to your national commissions for UNESCO or Ministry of Education. If needed, we can build the bridges between the focal points so that the RCEs can be very much part of this country initiative in each country. So we see RCEs as catalysts for establishment of country initiative from the very beginning, and as core part of country initiative implementation, and as drivers of mainstreaming ESD in the country via country initiative. And if your country is not yet in this list, on UNESCO side, we will recommend all the counterparts in the ministries to consider RCEs as one of the key stakeholders in each country when they design the country initiative. But I would also invite you to push from the bottom up your Ministry of Education, your national commissions for UNESCO to launch their country initiative and be part of this global network of ESD community. So this is very important that we bring up from bottom up this push as well as this top-down connection so that we can meet in the middle to mainstream in ESD and create synergies among different stakeholders. And we believe that RCEs play a crucial role in making this possible. Next slide, please. So how to start a country initiative? This is a quick overview. You can just please press next, please. So you can start, each country is invited to conduct a mapping of their ESD work in the country so that we build the synergies and organize preparatory workshop with these key stakeholders and develop and fill in a UNESCO template for submission and launch their country initiative. Next, please. And after the launch, they will become a member of ESD network to be part of regional and global biannual ESDnet meetings and monitor the country initiative progress every 2 years. So it is very important that these countries come on board to create this global network. And we really hope that all of your countries who are present here can join this first group of countries for 2023 first global ESDnet meeting in December, around December, at the end of the year 2023, hosted by Government of Japan in Tokyo. So this is a very short overview of the global framework and also of the country initiative and the role of RCEs. And for further information, please also join in UNESCO LinkedIn group on ESD. This is an open group of community of practice. And if you have any questions regarding your country's country initiative, please don't hesitate to contact me. My email is there, and we will be able to support you and connect you with UNESCO field offices in Asia-Pacific region. So thank you for this opportunity once again. I would like to congratulate once again RCE Greater Gombak for this great meeting and for UNUIS's continued leadership in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rom, for keeping us always connected to what the UNESCO agenda in Paris, so that we are always aligned and in sync with what is happening up there at the local level. Next, we'd like to invite from the HQ itself, from the Global Service Center, we'd like to invite Ms. Miki Konishi to share with us the updates and programs and planning as well from the UNU perspective.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainal, for your introduction, and good morning, everyone. It's lovely to see you all in person, and also a warm greeting to the participants joining us online today. And on behalf of the Global RCE Service Center and also Dr. Jungwi Park, I would like to thank again the host, RCE Greater Gombak, as well as International Islamic University Malaysia, for hosting this wonderful AP regional meeting. Next, please. So in my presentation, firstly, I would like to give you some updates, mainly since the last AP regional meeting hosted by RCE Kyrgyzstan, then inform you about some planned activities this year. And lastly, I would like to draw your attention to the RCE roadmap and reporting. Next, please. So as we all know, RCE is a multi-stakeholder network, translate global sustainability agenda into local actions, and it functions as the innovative platform and the living laboratory to facilitate transformative education and international, interdisciplinary and cross-sectoral collaboration. Next, please. So as Mr. Midori already mentioned, since the inception of RCE network in 2005, the number of RCE has been increasing year by year. Currently, there are 185 acknowledged RCEs worldwide, and 72 out of 185 are located in the Asia-Pacific region. That will be about 42%. And last year, we welcomed 5 new RCEs, including 2 RCEs in the Asia-Pacific region, namely RCE Suzhou, China, and RCE Gwangmyeon, Republic of Korea. So welcome to the RCE community. Next, please. As Dr. Park mentioned in her opening remarks, UNUIS conducted analysis of the RCE project in the past during the gap period. And as you can see in this bar chart, other than goal 4, quality education, most of the project focused on SDG 13, climate action, followed by goal 14 and 15, addressing biodiversity conservation, that is life on land and life below water, and SDGs 12, sustainable production and consumption, which demonstrate a high interest in the pressing issue among RCEs. And to disseminate these outstanding projects focusing on SDGs 13, 14, 15, and 12, UNUIS created so far 2 case study publications and videos, and also conducted some outreach activities. Next, please. So the publication on climate action was issued already last year, and we organized the first RCE youth webinar. The importance of youth encouragement was emphasized also Mr. Midori's opening welcome remarks. And we launched the RCE Youth Art Challenge campaign, which rewards outworks to raise awareness of climate change. And UNEIS director presented these initiatives also at the side event of Art and Science held at COP26 in Glasgow. Next, please. The publications issued this year focused on biodiversity conservation and education, introducing 12 RCE projects, including 4 RCEs in the Asia-Pacific region. Last May, UNEIS held an online session at the Sustainability Research and Innovation Congress, and the representative from RC Cebu from the Philippines, Zaria from Nigeria, and South Rift from Kenya presented their project to a broader audience. Next, please. So it is quite exciting to learn different approaches in each RCE through engaging multi-stakeholders. One slide back, please. Thank you. And the project have positively impacted different SDGs, not only those related to environment, but also social and economic aspects. So we can learn the interconnectivity of different issues and also different solutions. So this year, UNEIS plans to create a publication focusing on SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production. Next slide, please. So annual RC award, which reward outstanding project and acknowledge flagship project as well as honorable mentions. Also the project conducted by RCE Gombak on urban farming activities for securing food was rewarded as one of the outstanding flagship projects, among others. So congratulations again. Next slide, please. So now I would like to inform you about some important dates for the event. So regarding regional meeting, starting with this AP regional meeting, we have other 3 regional meetings, namely Americas and European meetings will be held in October, respectively. And the African regional meeting will be held at the end of November in Kenya. So we are very much grateful to the respective hosts for taking these initiatives. And the Global RCE Conference is held every 2 years. So the 13th Global RCE Conference will be held next year. And we will make open call for hosting events next year, maybe around November. And the call for application is open until January next year. We will announce the details more through different social platforms, so please be updated. Next slide, please. And some other important dates for events and activities. The first one is second RCE Youth webinar to be held on 12th of August on the day of International Youth Day. And both youth and also those who are interested in engaging youth are welcome to this event. And we will organize again the RCE Youth Art Challenge campaign, which will be open soon. The call for entry will be open soon until 30th of September. So it will be great if you could encourage youth in your RCEs under 35 years old and apply for it. And regarding the RCE Award 2022, the call for application has been launched today. And it will be open until 9th of September. So that deadline is a little bit earlier than usual. So, but please make sure to submit until 9th of September. And last but not least, the 17th meeting of Ubuntu Committee of Peers to discuss our strategic direction towards 2030 or next year will be held in Tokyo in December. And at the Ubuntu meeting, the application from the new RC candidates will be reviewed and acknowledged. Next slide, please. Lastly, I would like to draw your attention about the RC roadmap towards 2030. And we have 4 strategic priority action areas. And the first area, serving as local and regional hub for ESC and showcasing leadership for innovation. That includes the suggested action to strengthen youth engagement. And the Global RC Service Center would like to officially appoint the regional youth coordinator who will advocate youth empowerment in their respective 4 regions. And more details will be explained later in session 3. And the second area is about strengthening the association of RC activities with SDGs and ESG for 2030 framework. As Dr. Wong from UNESCO explained, the country initiative for ESG for 2030 provides a great opportunity to get involved at the national level ESG activities. So RCEs are strongly encouraged to involve these activities. And the third area is expanding knowledge sharing and outreach. The fourth is about monitoring and evaluation. Next, please. So the process of monitoring and evaluation consists of 3 levels. And level 1 is the annual review by individual RCEs. And then that will followed by level 2, sharing the trend at annual regional meetings and at the biannual Global RC Conference. And the midterm review will be done or will be conducted 2025 to 2026. Next slide, please. So the level 1, the evaluation or monitoring by individual RCE is most significant. And I would like to remind you of submitting your RC projects on the RC portal site by the end of December every year. So the project reports are very variable sources for us to analyze the trend or introduce outstanding project to a broader audience. So please make sure to, it will be great if you could submit your project by the end of this year. And also, please keep your RC profile page up to date. And if there is any change or revision, please contact us. Thank you so much. And the next slide, please. And as you know, we have a different social network platform. So a website, bulletin, and Facebook. And if you have any news or publication events you would like to share within RCE network and beyond, please contact us. And the due date for submitting articles for the bulletin is on the 15th of every month. So that's all from me. And some organizational matters will be discussed later in session 3. And if you have any question or good suggestion or recommendation, ideas, any comments, please contact us. And thank you very much for your attention. And we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mickey. That really makes us feel very international, belong to such a very vast international network of almost 200 regional centers of expertise around the world, with a lot of initiative and possibility of networking. And thank you for the announcements on the RCE Award as well. So you'll start receiving it tonight, I guess. There are so many members here competing, and also including the Greater Gombak partner as a reminder as well. So we'll next hear from a more closer to us, the Asia-Pacific. We are very glad to have Dr. Chinara with us, right, the one in the middle, to report to us what happened in the previous meeting, and also suggestions for us to pick up on the discussions for in this round of discussion. So the floor is yours, Chinara.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And I would like to share our experience, how we conducted 13th RCE meeting in Kyrgyzstan online. It was, could you please show my slide? Zainab, are you hearing me?
Yeah, yeah, we're hearing. We're working on it. One
Okay,
second.
13th Asia-Pacific RCE meeting was online, and we conducted two parts of 13 RCE meeting. First RCE meeting was conducted in 2020, and second one, it was planned to be offline, but with the situation with COVID and the restriction to travel, we conducted one session online. And yeah, RCE Kyrgyzstan conducted this meeting with a partnership with Arabayev Kyrgyz State University, Faculty of Geography, Ecology and Tourism. Next slide, please. It was a picture from a webinar. And next slide, please. The first part of 13 IPRC meeting was conducted through the four online session, which was held on September-October 2020. And the first session was focusing on the role of ESD during the COVID pandemic. Second session was focusing for achievements and collaborative initiatives of RCEs of Asia-Pacific region in response to COVID-19. Third session, ASD as a learning and empowerment, revisiting the EPRC's regional action plans. And fourth session was discussion and emerging Asia-Pacific RCE collaborative initiatives. All our 13th AP meeting was focusing on activities, how RCEs act during the COVID-19 pandemic, because nobody was expect that COVID makes big impact for our activities. Next slide, please. Here you can see the nationalities and the participants who participated the Asia-Pacific meeting. It was from all AP RCE meeting communities involved in this process. Also from students, members, RCE members, doctors, professors, and local communities. Next slide, please. RCE shared its action plans, identified similarities and common challenges, and revised and updated the regional level action plans that have evolved during recent years. There were two sectoral discussions held in sequences named first, higher education involvement, community engagement, and second, schools and youth and community engagement. RCE also discussed possible collaborative projects. Two thematic groups discussed circular economy, new livelihood opportunities, and climate change, disaster risk reduction, biodiversity conservation, and well-being. Next slide, please. Result of discussion. APRCE members identified and suggested themes for collaborative projects that could be developed. It is a governance and policy, sustainability, sustainable agriculture, green campus, sustainable environment, indigenous and local communities, mangroves, water use, disaster risk reduction, preparedness. Conveners of each themes developed one page, including the action plan and expected outcomes for these projects. Next slide, please. Here you can see how many RCE participated at the 13th APRCE meeting. It was in each session we have from 60 to 70 participants online. And from Kyrgyzstan, we have students and teachers from our university. Next slide, please. And the 13th RCE meeting part 2 was conducted on 5th of October 2021 with the theme SDGs, ESD for 2030s and local action during the COVID-19 pandemic. IPRC shared good practices and successful initiatives, teaching methods and methodologies in times of COVID-19, including different contexts such as a formal and informal education. All educators was faced with difficulties to teach online, and it was very difficult first time, but now we very advanced to teaching online because we know many platforms, and we created new methodologies how to teach online, and now it's accessible for all teachers. And this year we also have this pandemic, which also we have many cases now in Kyrgyzstan, and in September we'll not sure that we will teach offline, and probably we will start it again teach online. The conference focused for main questions: what main lessons the IP RCEs community learned during the COVID-19? What has made IP RCE stronger during the COVID-19 pandemic? And how supported APRC's communities mobilized against the COVID-19 pandemic through the SDGs. And next slide, please. Output of this second part of RCE meeting was the members discuss the role ASD during the COVID pandemic and implementation of sustainable development principles in Asia-Pacific region. RCE members and stakeholders shared their experience of response and possibilities of education for sustainable development during the COVID-19 pandemic. And next slide, please. And thank you very much for your attention, and thank you very much for RCE Gombak that you made this offline and hybrid conference, and good luck to all participants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chinara, for updating and sharing with us what happened last year. Yeah, and also while we adapting to the pandemic, that's the reason why we are now going back to the local context for that adaptation. That brings in the local wisdom theme of this year conference. I mean, this year meeting. We are done with sort of giving the big picture and updates on what happened before. So to move forward, we will listen from Prof. Zul, hear from Prof. Zul. But before that, since we are running a bit behind the time, we will have 5 minutes toilet drinks break. There are drinks outside the room next door that you can bring in here, and please come back in 5 minutes time.
Biasa. Biasa. Okey. Okey. Dari tadi dah. Session doktor dah ada berapa tu kan? Tadi. Everything good? Now it's the time to like grab pictures. You're looking like an expert already, so keep doing what you're doing. I will take the power bank. Saya pun tadi
If we can slowly get started, we really, but you can actually bring the food here, and the drinks is of course. We'd like to welcome to those people online. We can see from quite a number now. Echo, welcome Echo from Kalimantan. Nina from Iskandar, yes, Arti Iskandar. Can you go scroll up, Zaida, just to see all those wish from the others RCE while we get others to join our session? Huh? Oh, dekat Tan Sri. Okay, all right. Dr. Noraini from RCE Greater KL. Yeah, I think we've got a seat up here. Yeah, if you can join us at the front. Dr. Noraini, can you join us at the front? Thompson will be from New Zealand, right, Betson? I see Thompson there. Yes, Thompson. Yeah, all right. You want to test the line? You okay? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
good. We look forward to hear your Maori story. And the Haka as well, and the black, all black.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, all right, two of you. All right, for next sessions, thank you everyone for coming back. I hope you get a bit of break. Yeah. So for the next sessions, the idea is that for us to get some insights, some ideas, some wisdoms from people who's been around for quite some time with RCE. So it's an honor to have Prof. Zul and to be moderated by a long-term friend, Dr. Park, who is also the convener for the first Asia-Pacific Conference 2008. It was like, what, 14 years back, 13 years back already. Yeah, so these are the two good friends. So we hope they can still observe the time for the meeting up again. So for that, we'd like to invite Prof. Zul to give a keynote, and we'd like to invite Dr. Park to moderate the session. Please, Doctor.
So before Jule start his so-called lecture, let me say some comments. It's a very touching moment for me sitting here because we all know that Professor Sanusi, around 2004 and 5, Professor Raja and you and Mario and I, we worked very hard to start this RCE movement at UNU. So we are here today in 2022. And not only for that, one more very specific thing that really moves me is that Tongyong RCE, under the ESD Foundation of Tongyong, we are running Sajatra Forest, which started in 2015. Actually, Tongyong RCE started in 2005, and after 5 years in 2010, we started Tongyong ESD Foundation. And 5 years after that, 2015, we started Sajatra Forest. So every 5 years, we jumped towards the. So I'm sitting here and I'm very proud that we really developed that way. So like 15 hectare huge area and 1 hectare building in Tongyong in seaside. So we always welcome you to come to our place. And Sajatra, at that time, Won Jung-byun and I discussed a lot. I think probably Professor Rajak advised one a lot, but anyway, we named Sajatra, that specific beautiful landmark education center. So from Korean side, we have lots of, reprimanding and, you shouldn't do it. We are spending that much budget and you are naming that on the Southeast Asian title name. So we try to persuade a lot. We won. So we want to have, peaceful, harmonious and sustainable development center. Here we are now. Yeah. So at this time of, actually resurging COVID-19, BA5 now. So we are especially value ourselves to be here together, like on face. So this morning, after listening to Professor Rajak's lecture, 20 minutes, we have 3, is it concurrent sessions? Yeah, 3 sessions, actually 20 minutes each from each economic side, environmental side, and social side of this local wisdom. And local wisdom, traditional knowledge is very special to us. Traditional knowledge is the backbone of our current culture in every society. So we should really value. We all remember that we are listening old stories from our grandmother's laps, don't you? So the value which is melted in this local wisdom, it's very powerful. So this meeting, we are dealing with that powerful theme in sustainable development. Okay, it's yours, Professor Raja.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum, a greeting of peace, a good morning, salam sejahtera, my beloved moderator, Dr. Park. That's the reason why I use that word. She inspired us to have sejahtera. I think Tong Yong was the first one to take sejahtera away from Malaysia and make a wonderful experience for us, and we are now trying to quote unquote live up to that aspiration. The second thing that you probably will not know, this is an Iron Lady. When I visited her in 2015, and she took me to the Sejahtera Forest for a walk, she left me behind at least 50 meters. She's a good walker, and I have to catch up with her. Those are the experiences that lives with me for a long time. I'd like to see also the familiar names, Mario, and also new names, what do you call it? Dr. Jungwi, Dr. Midori. Thank you very much for supporting this. We are out of time, so I'm going to rush through this title, which is very exciting. I agree with Dr. Park that it is almost a backbone to RCE, at least as far as we are concerned. Yeah. I also take the opportunity to make some propaganda here. We are the winner of the RCE Outstanding Flagship Award 2021. Thank you very much, and we'll try again next year, inshallah. All right, I just want to start with a kind of an assumption. In the university, normally we take the university, it's a one size fits all. All the universities try to be the same in the world. But as far as traditional knowledge is concerned, these are some of the wisdom that I think that we need to think of here. No single way of doing anything. There means diversity is important. There's no one path to education. Learning and education sometimes are brought in together. Teachers and learners sometimes are together, as we learn from the Maori. No two persons are alike because they evolve under diverse local socio-cultural roots. So I cannot equate whatever happening in your place as to mine, but we have got our own distinction and own uniqueness that needs to be harnessed together. And I think that's the richness as far as local wisdom is concerned. Yeah. So if two people think alike, one is redundant. So I think we don't want to be redundant, and therefore we need to think creatively differently. And therefore, this is what I call the global indigenous wisdom. The diversity, the interaction, the uniqueness, that makes us more powerful than what we see today as far as education is concerned. That's an assumption that I'm going to take as far as local wisdom is concerned. Now we are in a dilemma to choose. Whether we go virtual, whether we go electronic, whether we remain analog, and all those things that we are not talking about. Yeah. One of the things that I worry about when we go electronic, digital, we talk about the machine minds, machine learning, and I don't know where the human beings are. So most of us and most of our kids tend to stay in front of devices for a long time, and I don't know what they actually learn apart from being brainwashed sometimes by some of the things that we talked about. Yeah. So what happens in the mind, I think, is very important, and this is where I think local wisdom to me is an important tool, because we have a different set altogether. People interact as a life outside. It is not a virtual, pretentious life that we actually work and talk to one another, and we learn about something else which is quite different. The creatures around us and everything else around us become part and parcel of the learning subject and the learning tools at the same time. But unfortunately, these are now being taken over slowly if you are not careful, and this is what we end up with. And I think this is where I think cultural and also traditional knowledge becomes important as a custodian and a protection of all these things that is now gone as far as ecology is concerned. Now, students learn in a variety of ways, including free play of interaction with multiple children, immersion in nature, and directly helping adults with work and communal activities. I think some of my colleagues will demonstrate this later on in the discussion. Traditional knowledge systems are more autonomous in comparison to a strict westernized institutionalized education model. I think some of us who have been into this model will understand what autonomy means, at least from the traditional point of view, where we learn how to protect and conserve nature at the same time, away from the classroom, away from this very artificial sort of learning setting, as it were. And this is where I think the richness is. So when I talk about institutional education system, it is almost one size fits all. enhanced by the ranking, the league table. Everybody wants to look alike so that they can compete with one another. And therefore we lose the diversity. So what comes in and what comes out almost the same. The terminology is the same, standardized curriculum, standardized way of measuring, and so on and so forth. And I'm glad, at least I know Korea is not into ranking per se, they're looking at something else, which is something that everybody wants to aspire to. But some of us are caught in this game because the definition of success as far as education is concerned is not well clear. And this is not new, because these are pictures in the 1910, yeah, that only talks about how people could be brainwashed through technology, through things that is not part of the human-centric sort of methodology. Yeah, everything is now piped in your brain, and then you need just to work on. And this is what the digital world is going to be if you are not careful. Yeah, we're going to be digitalized at all, and we will lose our humanity, and we will lose all the cultural dimension that we talk about so dearly for a long time, right? Now, I want to remind myself, and this is one of the events that I will never forget, a World University President Summit in Bangkok, maybe more than 20 years ago. Attended by so many delegates from so many presidents of 85 countries. Yeah? And there we agree what the university is all about. I think we need to come back to this definition that is now being lost. University, it says, must strive to be above politics and business interests and serve their societies and community. Now, my worry is now most of our universities are very business oriented in that particular sense. And how do you do this? By providing a voice and a space in which to cultivate rational, mutual, and moderate dialogue. So face-to-face is very important. Webinar is good, but I think we don't see one another, our expression, and how we actually assimilate knowledge at that point. Yeah, and that will shape intellectual, cultural, and economic development, not just economic, but also cultural dimension. And cultural means indigenous knowledge in the society that we live in, as far as that's concerned, on a shared basis within and across boundaries and nation. This has been my working definition of what is university. Anything above this or anything away from this, I will not consider it as university. It could be school, it could be a training center, but never a university, because we'll lose the very essence of what university is all about and knowledge is all about, right? So going on from then, if you're not careful, this is what we are today. Yeah, when I talk about this institutionalized, we're almost like an assembly line. We're almost like in a factory, in this kind of factory that makes bread. All you need to do is just change the names and we get a university now. Instead of putting in the flour, we put in the customers. They are no longer students also. We value add, what sort of bread do you want to make? Yeah, and that will be part of the curriculum, right? And the pedagogy with the classroom and all this, what you call conveyor belt that moves from place to place. Here, the student move from classroom to classroom. At the end of the semester, they've got a kind of a quality control. We call it exams, yeah. And then there's graduation. And what is at the end of the graduation will be a product. And that product now in my country, which I protest very much, is talk about marketability. Yeah, how much we can sell our students, just like we sell the bread. My statistics say I need 80% of my students must be employed. If not, then the university failed. Who employs them? It doesn't matter. It could be a drug company. It could be a tobacco company. It could be a company that is least sustainable. As long as they're employed, they're okay. And this is something that we do not accept. We want to move away from this understanding of what education is in an assembly line. So this assembly line education is something that I think we need to move away from, and this is where the cultural dimension, the traditional dimension becomes important as far as can see. What we see now from this so-called assembly line thing, moving on into the what you call the so-called industrial revolution. We are now in the industrial revolution 4. This is the trend that is, right? For the last 300 years, everything is going up on an exponential growth. Economically, they say it's good, but socially it's all about death, right? At the end of the day, this needs to come down. And when it comes down like now, we find that everybody majority of us will suffer because we are not meant to do this. Yeah? So this at the 1950, it is what called a great accelerator. And after that, everything will accelerate, and everybody wants things to be accelerated because this is the only way that we know how to measure growth today, right? And there is now a book, I think that we ought to, where it is not working now. Okay, there's now a book I think all of us should read. It's a very small book that talks about the collapse of the Western civilization if this thing is not addressed now. And in fact, they give in about the deadline, the year 2093, all this will collapse. We will get worse than the pandemic that we see when everything is. I mean, you can imagine what's happening to Sri Lanka at a global level. All right, and this is going to happen if you are not careful. And this is where I think the traditional education needs to come back. Right, we are at this stage now. Everything is almost there, economically, in terms of environmentally, ecologically, culturally, including education. We are now into a tipping point. We have moved away from what is possible in terms of moderating it and to a tipping point. And this is something which is not acceptable. And this is something that we need to work on. And I think there is a global knowledge practice disconnect. We teach something else, but we do something else. Yeah? We talk about sustainable development in the classroom, but all the practices that we do outside is non-sustainable. And therefore, I really like the roadmap that was presented to us in 2030. How can we bring this connection again? And I think that's the role of RCE in the long run. I think I will just go through this very quickly. What is natural and what that we have made in terms of our own education, if you can call it education today, that we go into this anthropogenic greenhouse effect, that the world, global warming, climate change is a problem for everybody, but who creates this problem are a few countries around the world. But all of it has to suffer because some of these few countries are not able to learn what they teach in the classroom per se, because they have lost their cultural tradition in that particular aspect. Yeah, we can see this. I think I just want to go through this by understanding that the last 12,000 years, we are really living in what they call the Holocene age, where human being actually built civilization until we are today, right? But that civilization now are in question because we are moving into another age, what we call the Anthropocene age. The Anthropocene age is where human beings world dismantles its own civilization, right? And we are at the midst of this. We are now talking about the sixth mass, what they call a massive extinction sort of a process where thousands of species are now being lost, and it's going on until and until we do something about it, right? I want just to remind you, this is not a hoax. This is a video that comes from UNDP, just of 2 minutes, but it gives a good sort of message. The keynote speaker coming in.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
So like I said, this comes from UNDP. It is not a hoax, but it's sad to say that we need to take advice from a dinosaur. Yeah, from a university, I think that's the least that we want to do. But nevertheless, if you will see what we're saying, I think this is what we are now facing today, the kind of way we structure our society, all right? It's all based on egocentricity, meaning about us alone, not other people around us. And we need to see this hierarchical change we've gone away. Yeah, it is a rigid, it is very competitive. We talk about the red ocean, and finally, it is a dead model. Now we need to go into another eco-friendly model, which we think it is more justifiable. It is network, it is flat. It's talking about us, not any individual. We collaborate a lot more rather than compete with one another. It's blue ocean, and it is living in that particular. We need to make this shift. And to do this, I think we need to move our mindset. And that's a great shift that our friend is talking about. Yeah, it is a big opportunity for us. We need to move and make this happen. And then he says it's now or never. I think after the pandemic, I think this message becomes more realistic. So that at the end of the day, we will now change the system. In other words, we are not talking about individuals anymore, be it country, be it community, be it whatever it is, but we need to work together. And this working together is what sustainable development is all about. Yeah. So sustainability now becomes a way of life, a way of being. And that is what I think the essence of traditional knowledge, as far as I understand. It all talk about balance, the middle path, right? How do you strike this balance? And this word balance is not in the definition of sustainable development, as you can see today, right? And I will want to go back, in other words, by understanding this shared human heritage as far as this balance is concerned. Yeah? Through my little survey from the friends that I've got, all these countries have got their own understanding of what balance is all about. Ikigai in Japan, Lagom in Sweden, Nunchi in Thailand, Ugnayan in Philippines. I don't know whether it's true. Ubuntu, Yin Yang, Maori, Sejahtera in my own context. Everybody has got this, and we need to connect this so that we get this human heritage of being balanced. And then it becomes a worldwide thing. I think RCE need to look at this. How do we balance this so that we are interconnected in this understanding of what balance is all about? Yeah. When the coronavirus strikes in, all we do is trying to bring the balance again. Your mouthpiece means nothing but to create that balance. Washing hands is to create that balance. This what you call this physical distancing rather than social distancing is about to bring back that balance. There's no medicine in this. It's a practice of life and the practice of the tradition, and this is where the cultural context comes in, because our culture in the what you call a traditional way talks about balance, and all these things are something important to us. I give you some demonstration. Ikigai, a Japanese word for reason of being, encompassing joy, a sense of purpose and meaning and feeling of well-being that are credited as a factor in longevity and happiness. Yeah. Nunchi, if I get it right, a subtle art of listening, engaging other people's mood, the ability to know what not to say in certain situation or what not to act in certain situation. Yeah, Lagom is more straightforward. A Swedish word, translate as moderation, in balance, perfect, simple, suitable in matters of amount, not too much, not too little, just right. But in this world today, all this balance is gone. The bigger, the better. All right, and that is not the formula as far as tradition is concerned. There's a whole gamut of things in the African when we talk about Ubuntu. Ubuntu talks about the same thing in a very more sophisticated way. I am here because you are. And that's the kind of tradition that I think we all need to practice. Yeah. Give you some very simple example. It's not a theoretical thing. You go to Bhutan, you find this balance is there. And therefore, at the end of the day, what do we see? Bhutan is the only carbon negative country in the world. It is not a developed country, quote unquote, but yet it has achieved more than any of the developed countries has achieved without spending much resources. Why? They understand this understanding of balance. Yeah? Indonesia, my Indonesian friend would probably be able to tell you about the Subak system. Yeah, and the philosophy of Trikita Karana. In other words, a balance between man and nature, man and God, and man and man. That balance, I think, needs to be restored, and therefore this Subak system, and these are all the details of it, which I will not mention to you. At the end of the day, they call themselves Desa Sejahtera as well. This is a CNN sort of video of what the Subak system is all about. This has been there for 1,000 years, not 30 years, 1,000 years, longer than our sustainable development. Thailand has got sufficiency economy brought by the former king, right? I don't know where it is now, but it's enough to tell you that traditionally Thailand has even got it. Yeah. So the former president of India, he said, in a democracy, the well-being of individuality, happiness of every citizen is important for the overall prosperity, peace, and happiness of the nation. It doesn't mention about dollar signs here. You know, it's about feeling, well-being, emotions. It is what now we're facing as far as the pandemic is concerned. You have a lot of money, but you're locked down, then you are done. You have a lot of money, there's no food to buy. Yeah. Some people say, at least if you can eat the money, that's fine. You can't even eat the money. Yeah. So there's something that we need to think about. Maybe that money could be turned into something else. So at the end of the day, we're talking about this balance of intellectual, emotion, physical, and also the spiritual dimension that makes us what we are in terms of the human being. That the fig leaf is my contribution, otherwise it's Leonardo da Vinci's. And there are these two elements that we forgot. We keep on talking about the mind, but we forgot about the heart, where the emotions are. And this is now being brought in the pandemic under the socio-emotional intelligence. At the end of the day, it's about being balanced human being. And that balanced human being, I think, will have to capture other dimensions of life. The life, the intellectual dimension, and so on and so forth. These 5 elements that we are concentrating on in this university, rather than thinking of the 17. 17 is good, but it's too much sometimes to remember. But all the 17s can be fit into these 5. It's enough to make sure that we have these 5, we will then be able to sustain ourselves as a human person. All right. And that now has been translated into Sejahtera, which means that everything needs to come together in terms of social equity, environment, and also shared prosperity. And that's where the heart is. And that's where the elements of life is, as far as that is concerned. All right. So we need to bring back then the nature of indigenous knowledge as far as the world linkages is concerned. How do you bring this and how do you connect one to one another is what the RCE is all about. Yeah, I'm going to share some of the wisdom of the what you call of the indigenous people. It's slow in coming. I'm not too sure why. This is important. Somebody. Ernie, dia tak bergerak. I just want to end up with this demonstration of some of the wisdom that I think we have missed in our institutionalized. That's a good one. All right. Some of the things that I picked up, he says here, we belong to the earth does not belong to us. Yeah, but somehow or other, everybody wants a piece of this earth one way or the other. Our first teacher is our own heart. Where is heart in our education system? Our heart is almost dead as far as that's concerned. Yeah? It's about qualitative over quantitative. Yeah, it's about observation over intervention. It's about cumulative and dynamic. Adapt to system, which is economic, environmental, spiritual, and political change at the same time. Do we have all this together? Yeah. I picked up Betson, I hope I'm right. This is a Maori sort of proverb that talks about, well done, you whose courage is like the heart of the tawa tree. Yeah. Yesterday, we talked about Sejahtera and everybody talking about nature and trees again. Here we're back to nature and trees. Yeah. A proverb from Korea. Even if you know the way, ask one more time. Don't take things for granted. Sometimes we miss things, but we are not. We are experts here, and therefore we don't ask anymore. we just presume this is good as far as the indigenous community is concerned. My own tradition will talk about to bend the bamboo while it's still at the shoot. So having this at the university, I think we are beyond the shoots. It's so sometimes difficult to bend. And when you bend, it breaks. So we need to go further down into the society and make sure that this is done at that particular level. Yeah. And then it fits back into these five elements of human existence that I talked to you about. Yeah. So it is about the middle path. And Rumi talks about the middle path is the way to wisdom. And this is where the indigenous wisdom, I hope, will come in. And wisdom, if we take it into courage and temperance, will then finally create justice. Again, another indigenous way of understanding where wisdom is all about. So I will very well skip this very quickly. And this is where I talk about you need to balance yourself within, the microcosm within you, the interaction between the heart and the mind. All right. And then you are ready to play your role on a larger dimension of the macro sort of level. Okay, so the macro level and the micro level needs to bind together, and this is what the basis of many traditional knowledge is about. How do you make this balance between the two dimensions? And that is almost not in our modern curriculum, as it were. Okay? So the balance is about Sejahtera in my context. The practice of Sejahtera at the end of the day will chart the best that there is as far as existence and coexistence is concerned. I will not do this. I think it's too much. But at the end of the day, it's about the balance. Yeah. So thank you very much. I will stop there, and I hope we can have some more discussion when we listen to my colleague talking about the actual practice on the ground. Thank you, Dr. Park. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Razak. You always deliver very persuasive and very powerful, someone-like speech to us. But, listening to this very beautiful, harmonious, way of thinking and implementing, at this age of SNS-oriented mechanism of life, what can RCE do? It comes to my mind. So RCE altogether, we had to bring up very innovative way of putting this beautiful ethics and traditional wisdom into our daily life. Yeah. That's what UNU and all RCE should think about. That's our great homework for actually this year while we are, hidden in this pandemic period. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Okay, for the next time-consuming process, I would like to invite actually three presenters. Number one is local wisdom for social sustainability. Actually, those three items are social, economic, and environment. Is it? What is it? So it's going up.
Yeah, it's going away. So your question just now can be the question for the next section, the concurrent sessions.
So what do I do?
Yeah, you just stay here. We will give the next the group will be spread into different groups.
Okay.
It's concurrent. It's different.
Yeah. So I was keep asking you, how could it be concurrent in one room or something like that? So it doesn't come to my mind. So this mechanic that you just explained.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Park, for moderating and for giving reflections on what Prof. Zul said. Very true. So we'll pick up on the assignment, the question that Dr. Park has put, that what can we do? So now is the time for all the members of the RCE to talk in your sections, which is displayed on the screen. Where will you be and which session you will be, right? Then you want to explain from the restroom, where is the venue? From that restroom. We have volunteer discussion. Huh? Just give in general from that restroom first, yeah. Just give, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, the group for social will stay here in the same Senate Hall. And the second group is for economic sustainability at level 4, Office of Deputy Rector. We have usherers. You can just leave the hall and it's on your left side at level 4. And another group for environment, it's at Office of Director at level 4 as well. So we have our volunteers outside. We can assist you to respective venue.
The moderator will be Dr. Zida for, sorry, not this one, yeah. Prof. Munira will be for social.
Dr. Ashira for economic.
Yeah.
And Dr.
Myself.
Zainal for environment.
Yeah, okay. So social one will stay here. Ashira will stay here. Sorry, Prof. Munira will stay here. Sorry, Prof. Munira will stay here for the sessions. Dr. Ashira will be downstairs together. So you know where you belong to. Hopefully, you don't belong to. If you don't belong here, go out. No, I mean the usher will be outside. The students, volunteers will be ushering you to the room. It's just one floor down. For economics and environment, social groups will be socializing here.
And Dr. Zainal, for our other delegates, if you are not sure which room we have, you can check at the registration counter. You can check which room.
Those who are not sure where you belong, you can check at the reception counter, or you can choose on your own where you want to be. All right, let's go, and we will come back then. When do we come back? What time do we come back? 12:15. You don't have much time.
May I know, do we have the link for the room for those who are online? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Seems like they have forgotten us, have they?
Yeah. I think so. So that's why we're like, we feel like lost. Did anybody contact you guys? I think maybe they will send us email or perhaps any link.
Yeah, I was expecting breakout sessions.
Yeah, you in which room? I'm in room 3.
Right. I'm supposed to be in room 2.
Oh, okay, great.
Let's see.
So hello everybody, this is Dominic Springer from RCE Hangzhou. I'm in group 1, so I guess I would just stay where I am.
Yes.
For you it's more complicated.
You'll be here. We are the one who will move, but we don't know where to go.
We don't know where to go, exactly. Let's see.
It seems like nobody is hearing us.
Yeah. So nobody's not here.
Maybe if we open our videos and they can see us, just we try to cry for help.
Waiting for something. Hi. I think we should take some pictures of us as well.
Yeah, they have already asked us to join some breakout rooms, right? I got it on my screen.
Breakout rooms.
But then,
Yeah.
is there any link?
How do we get there?
Just press join because they put it on the screen. I could see mine, at least mine.
I think they are actually assigning. So
Yeah, they're assigning us. Yeah.
okay.
All right. All the best.
Okay. My turn now. Bye. See you all later.
Bye-bye.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera and good morning. Okay, in this room is for the breakup session, local wisdom for social sustainability. And we are going to have 5 presentations, which we have the time as it's going to be one of our big challenge here. But definitely we would like to have a good engagement session now. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Adia Nariswati. All right, Dr. Adia will talk on education for sustainability, working with community. So the floor is yours now, Dr. Adia.
The next slide, please. Okay, and this is the Universitas Gadjah Mada. Universitas Gadjah Mada is one of the university in Indonesia, and we have obligation, 3 obligation as a higher education institution. There is education, research, and also community service. In doing community service, up to now we will talk about the community service. So in doing community service, of course, we have a potential elements of doing that. The first is the total students. Student is 50,000, around 50,000 students, and the academics, the lecturer is 5,000 lecturers, and of course the disciplines. We have more than 200 study program, and it's consists of several disciplines. We classified into 5 clusters: agriculture, humanities, medical, science, and engineering. And it's become 18 faculties, and also 2 schools and 23 research centers. This we can say it's a big quantity as a machine, of course, as a machine for community services, because this is one of obligation that we have to do as a higher education institution. Next, please. And in here, next, please. Okay, and in here, community services in UGM, coordinated by the Directorate of Community Service, who have to implement the science and the technology within the university. And the Directorate of Community Service is also become an RCE Yogyakarta. We call it RCE Yogyakarta. While the duty is to implementing SDGs and then support the improvement of communities' welfare, and also create the self-sustained community. Next, please. Okay, and during the pandemic, the last 2 years, we still doing the program, and we still using the principle that the community service have to be aligned with the policy. And we also focusing the SDGs number 3, good health and well-being. And the programs were required to reduce the pandemic impact on community. And also we committed to equip the community with the skills. So because we know that during the pandemic is many action, many activity, but sometimes we forget about how to give not just equipment, but also skills to do the activity. Next, please. One of the activity that we still do during the pandemic is also as the ICT enabled for the teacher to address education for sustainability. So the activity is starting from developing the curriculum and modules until conducting in-service teacher training. Next, please. The next slides will be activities while we support the academics, the lecturer, to implement their idea to improve the condition of the community, especially surrounding the campus, to enhance their social and economic, because some of them are decreasing after because of the pandemic. One of the implementation is also for school, where we piloting on assisted students guard unit for COVID-19 prevention. So how the student is also understand about the pandemic, and they become unit that also control the COVID-19 in the surroundings. The next, please. The other is about the innovation for virtual students education media. It's different section, and this is for the student in medical. Next, please. And also motivating youth to solve with problems. This is using the application. We call that 5 days challenge. So it's many application created during the pandemic because we couldn't make a real forum. So we using application for several activities. Next, please. This is also where we have increasing the role of Dasawisma. Dasawisma is a group of household. So many socialization is based on this forum because this is just small forum, consists of 10 until 15 household. So we are not doing in a big socialization, but we come one by one Dasawisma. The next, please. This is also about sustainable management of groundwater irrigation. We also doing it one by one. So we come to the group of the farmers and so on. Okay, and this is other activities in controlling and utilizing natural materials. We working with the community to create our own hand sanitizer from the natural materials. We create handbook and also training for that. Next, please. This is the time. Okay, this is the last slide. The spirit is no one left behind, and taking into account of course the local wisdom, the group that already exists in the community and the way they doing the activities, and hopefully it will contribute to improving economic, social, and environment. Okay, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ardia, for enlightening us in a very short time of the many initiatives that at the moment I'm just writing it down. But we will. I know there are questions, but we'll wait until the end. And next we will go to Dr. Hun Sun Bay, Dubong ESD Sustaining Alliance. So yeah. So over to you, Dr. Hun Sun Bay.
Hello, I am Dr. Hyun Sun Bae, and I'm in charge of RCE Dobong-gu at the Dobong District Office in Seoul, Korea. It is so nice to meet you in the person after only seeing your face on the webinar for 2 years due to COVID-19. And RCE Dobong-gu will present under the theme of Dobong ESD Sustain Alliance. It is a pleasure to study and to practice what you have learned. Next slide. RCE Dobong-gu is one of the 25 autonomous districts in the northeastern Seoul. So we got their certification of RCE from UNU in January 2020. Next slide. The Dobong-gu, RCE Dobong-gu is a local government centered type. So as you see the screen, we do many projects to lead the department on Dobong District Office, and we have a huge community-based infrastructure and the network. In the particular, can you enter the number 5 and number 7, and then number 8 have formed close the network, the communities for more than 10 years, and have produced and then operated many maul and the civic instructors. So the RCE Dobong-gu is designed the ESD project and the testing the potential as a pilot project So we have the concept how to organize the Dobong ESD Sustain Alliance. Even the community don't know the word ESD or the SDGs, but they already working with the value. Next slide. Yes. And so the alliance of the ESD is still low. So we have the created ESD textbooks for elementary school students, and the 17 promises from our mouth to the planet that you know the well has been published. Unlike general ESD textbooks, this textbook is regional, the linked ESD textbook that created by the combined SDGs implementation goes with the Tobong's local knowledge and wisdom. We receive a lot of the knowledge and the wisdom from the Tobong citizens when creating the textbooks. In 2020, the first Tobong ESD professional instructor, the training, the course was open, the teach and the school and the institutions with this textbook. And then 10 retired and the career interrupted women have been selected and working. As you see, the Dobong ESD Sustain Alliance started from the job creation. So we encourage the Dobong ESD Sustain the alliance to manage themselves according to the operation rules. So there are 4 operations. So next slide. So there are 4 operation rules. So the first is the manufacturing, the attends and study meetings once a month, and then submission of a lesson plan, and join the monitoring for the ESD classes, and attend the maintenance the training twice a year, and participation in the various ESD and the RC networks. Especially we think number 1 and number 2 are very important. The reason is that although the people who belong the ESD Sustain Alliance met the ESD professional instructors, they need steady learning to develop their own capabilities and establish themselves. So what we see the box, please take the enter, that those people that submit to us that every time they go to school and then comment to the written by the person in charge. So these actions are carried out in a real time. And then we can find out that there are the knowledge and the wisdom on the base the community when we read their lesson plan, and their lectures in each class and school. This is very important because they participate in the creating ESD textbooks together. So that we think it is a good case of the local knowledge and the wisdom. With this effort, the ESD classes held in schools have doubted compared to the last year. And then interest in the ESD has also increased in the community. It is truly amazing that the more than 6,000 students participate in the ESD classes in 2 years. So we are always grateful for the Tobong ESD Sustained Alliance efforts. They don't stop here. They are challenging something new things. The project of humming neck of socks they planned for this year was chosen for the 2022 Seoul Citizen Lead Lifelong Project. So we all hope that one day they will organize the ESD cooperative on their own. So to this end, we will think about and then Mars efforts about what we should do. Next slide. So, okay. So to enhance the knowledge and the wisdom of the community for the sustainability of ESD, so I will summarize today's presentation by the nagging the Dobong ESD Sustained Alliance at every studied meeting. We need to lose the growth and then solidarity, and then it is a pleasure to study and to practice what you have learned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bai. That is also another interesting presentation. And we are seeing now, we are hearing, despite the challenges of the pandemic, we are hearing a lot of materials and resources that is being created during the time. So now we are going to have an online presentation. So the next one is from Mr. Dominic Helmut Soranger, who is going to share with us on His title, Traveling of Eyes, Strengthening ESD by Bringing Traditional folk culture back to life through art. Mr. Dominic, the floor is yours now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was muted. So you can hear me now?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so I just share my PPT myself, if that's okay. Okay, so I represent RCE Hangzhou in China. I know I don't look Chinese. I was just chosen to present this project as I also live in Hangzhou and am part of RCE. So this is a project about national minorities here in the province of Zhejiang in China. I will just give you a short background of the policy and the situation in China, then give an overview of the project and a short glimpse into future plans. So the big background is in China, there are 56 ethnic groups that have been officially identified and confirmed by the government. 90% of the population of China belongs to the Han ethnic group, only 10% belong to different minorities. There are some bigger minorities, but also a lot of very small ethnic groups that many people don't even know. And most of these ethnic groups live in poor mountainous areas, many of them in border regions. China has vowed in the past and has followed the policy also to promote the common development of ethnic groups, because they also want to keep the country together, of course, and they have also vowed to protect their cultural heritage. In our case, our project is about the She nationality. There are only 700,000 people of this nationality now living mostly in the mountains, here close to Hangzhou in Zhejiang province. They call themselves the Shanha, which means the customers of the mountains. I will show you some photos of their houses. So they really live in the mountains, and we have students who go there to interact with these with the She people. First of all, I would like to give a further introduction into the policy background. Intangible cultural heritage is, as laid out by the UNESCO, should be focused on giving the primary role in safeguarding their own intangible cultural heritage to the people, to the communities themselves. And this is also what we try in our project, to help the She people have a better appreciation of their own culture and enable them to protect it themselves, starting from elementary school, going through middle schools, and in all stages of life. In China, there are lots of intangible cultural heritage, even more than in any other country in the world, which of course is also related to on the one hand, to the diversity of China, on the other hand, of course, also to the big population. So now the project. In 2015, the project is called Traveling of Eyes, has formed at Zhejiang International Studies University. Zhejiang International Studies University is a core member of RCE Hangzhou, and they have been traveling in 2 different provinces and have visited about 20 towns, and they have a very strong focus on these ethnic minorities in Zhejiang province. Their motto is, let folklore be seen and the sound of artifacts be heard. And how do they do that? They go to the villages, they identify traditional objects, just as you see, or traditional art, intangible cultural heritage, as you see on the photo on the right. And students of the arts make paintings, they also make videos, and afterwards, having made these paintings, there are exhibitions in schools, in libraries, universities, and other public places to inform the public about the sustainable culture of the She nationality. So this is a way to preserve intangible cultural heritage and to promote the traditional rural art of this area. a short overview, there have been more than 20 towns covered, more than 200 paintings have been drawn, and also 28 short documentary videos have been shot, very professional. They can be found on Chinese social media so far only. There have been 12 exhibitions and 20 online live streams of artifact painting. Also, the project has been reported by China Central Television, National Geographic magazine, and many local newspapers and local media outlets. So this is the team. On the left, there's Professor Chen. He is from the art school of Zhejiang International Studies University, and he is taking his team, his students, to the villages. The two people in the middle are villagers from the Shi nationality, old people, but at the same time, their grandchildren are with them. So the idea is to pass on this traditional knowledge to the next generation, to the youngest generation. So this is a team member making a painting of this traditional, it's called the grain seal. It's an object that people used to use in order to mark their own grain, in order to show that it's theirs and not their neighbors. So, but this is only one example, of course. There's lots of these cultural artifacts. So this is a close-up. And here we see some of the students. There's a summer school every year. Students from Zhejiang International Studies University go for 1 or 2 weeks to live with the villagers and interact with them. And this, of course, also helps the villagers to understand the value of their own culture. They see that it's important, that it's relevant for university students and for the society as a whole. So what can we do in the future? I think there's a lot of potential. We can do much more. We have an ESD alliance with about 80 middle schools and elementary schools in the province. We can take the exhibitions to those schools, and we also want to do ESD teacher trainings on this project. Another idea is a summer school that can be national. We can invite students or teachers from all over the country, from all over China, to participate in this project, to interact with the locals, and to carry this traditional ESD knowledge out into the whole country and into the whole world eventually. Maybe we can even make it international with the help of the RCE network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic. That is also another very enlightening presentation on how a voice is given to the Shi ethnic group, and their intangible cultural heritage is now connected to the youth from the university who have like 1 or 2 weeks sort of internship program, so that it is made current. So we hope to have more questions after this. And next is still another online presentation by Professor Tommy, whose long name is Professor Tominori Ishinose. I hope I said it right. Professor Tommy's talk is on approaches to activate local heritage and local wisdom in Tohoku ESD SDGs Consortium. Professor Tommy, the floor is yours now.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me? So it's a very great honor to meet you. So thank you, Professor Munira, and give me this opportunity. So today I would like to introduce the local wisdom for social sustainability, one approach to activate local heritage and local wisdom in our district. So yes, our Greater Sendai, I'm from Greater Sendai RCE Japan. This network was built in 2005. This is the first initial 7 in Japan. And according to the increase of NGOs and UNESCO associated schools, which is one of the promotion function of ESD in Japan. So we are, by the proposal of the Ministry of Education, we constructed a consortium in our district. So we have 10 priority areas in So this Tohoku district is also so huge, so large. We have a priority districts. And then we gradually expand our activities. The first phase 1, we implemented UNESCO associated schools in their own district. Then we accumulate school activities and the local activities, which aim to work together with school and the local communities. And now is the phase 3. We create a local house and ensure the sustainability in local community. And we want to establish a more area-wide network to address ESD and SDGs. So this is our models. So we have a lot of resources. One of the cultural resources, for example, a world cultural heritage, and sometimes we have also a world of natural heritage. We have also a biosphere reserve admitted by UNESCO, and sometimes we have a spot of the Ramsar conventional wetland. So our strategy is how to utilize these resources. And today I would like to introduce one district, and Osaki Tajiri district. This RCE function was established in 2007, and they have now 19 organizations. So in Osaki districts, they have a special characters. They have admitted as the GIAHS. This is globally important agriculture heritage system. And this is admitted by the FAO because this district, they have a beautiful rural landscape consistent of a tapestry of rice paddles, waterways, and the igune houses. And in their back areas, they have a great agriculture, rich ecosystem of Osaki till field soil. So today, I would like to introduce, this is a section of the wisdom for social sustainability. I would like to introduce one example, Igune house. Igune is like this picture is one of the traditional agricultural landscape unique to Tohoku region, northeast Japan. A small space artificial woodlots. There are approximately 0.2 over hectare. And this is the oldest woodlot. Igune house was established more than 500 years ago. And several kinds of trees, species are also sometimes found in these woodlots, which can account for approximately 50% of all trees. And the lifestyle which utilized in Igune is the best example of sustainable living. And there are many points we should learn from it. So this is one of the introduction videos, this Osaki district they made. So we have not enough time. I would like to briefly introduce these pictures. You can make an image.
冬の強い季節風や大雨による洪水から屋敷を守るために周囲に植えた屋敷林のことをイグネと呼びます。このイグネは一体誰によってどのように形作られたのでしょうか。
伊達政宗が来てね、そんなわけですね。
敷地内では薬となる草木を植えたり、自給のために野菜を栽培していました。湿地帯に水田を切り開いていく中で、イグネは農家の生活の拠点として重要な役割を担ってきました。
So I'm sorry, we have only 7 minutes, so I cannot introduce all of the videos. But if you have interested in these videos, you can open this site. So finally, how to transfer this local wisdom for social sustainability. This Osaki district, they adapt the field museum concept. Field museum aims to promote a greater understanding of local residents and increase the number of visitors to transfer the knowledge to all of the people who visit this place. They have a lot of strategies, but sometimes they produce field museum maps, and they produce local stories and walking routes, and produce films, set up information signature, develop a field museum site, establish a system for accepting these agricultural experiences, and carry out the promotional activities and build momentum activities. So they strongly promote to transfer the local wisdom. They promote this way by utilizing the field museum. So finally, this Igune house, this is one of the base for learning local wisdom for the next generations. So we have been opened the school. The school was called the Igune School. This movement was proposed by our Dr. Takaki Koganezawa. He's a founder of this Sendai Greater Sendai RCE, but he was, I announced he was died this last month. So for the memory of the founder of Greater RCE, I would like to introduce his activities of Igune House for his memory. Thank you very much for giving us this, for me to giving this opportunity. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tommy. That was a very excellent presentation. And before we move on to the next one, thank you very much for showing how you have taken the ideas, the legacy of local wisdom, but now institutionalized. You know, you step up to the next level as an institution named as Igune House. And also this idea about GIAHS, the globally important agricultural heritage system. So those are perhaps, in my opinion, some of the takeaways that we can all share. And now, last but not least, we will go to the next presentation by Dr. Bernabe Milana Micharas Jr. It's another online presentation on the status of freshwater quality and community gardens in the island Barangi of Bohol. Basis for an action plan to localize SDGs 6 and 12. Dr. Barnabas, the floor is yours now.
Prof. Munira, I think the presenter is not in the Zoom, so you can proceed to Q&A. I mean the discussion.
Thank you very much. All right. So we will use this waiting time. If Dr. Barnabas come in later, we might give him the opportunity to present. But now I welcome questions and comments from members in this room. So a quick recap, we had 4 presentations, okay, 2 in persons and 2 online on the education for sustainability from Universitas Gadjah Mada and Dr. Ardia. All right. And then we have Dr. Bay from RCE Dubong, one of our new RCE sisters, I suppose, from South Korea. Welcome. On the ESD Sustaining Alliance, the initiatives, a lot of initiatives there. And then we had 2 online presentations from Mr. Dominic about the She people ethnic group in China and the documentation through this project, Traveling of Ice. And finally, just now we heard from Prof. Tommy on the various approaches to activate local heritage and also local wisdom in the Tohoku ESD Consortium. So yes, Dr. Zida, please.
Thank you so much, Prof. Munira. I do have a question for both Dr. Bay and also Prof. Tommy, because I think I've visited Lake Biwa before, the Shiga Prefecture, and they had this similar sort of approach in terms of trying to integrate local wisdom into the formal educational system. That is not easy. I would like to get your experience on how do you partner with the formal, the formal educational system in terms of, providing this additional infusion of local wisdom to the students. Thank you.
Oh, just still either thinking that because we just still creating the ESD test books. So that's why, so that's why, they need a lot of the knowledges and the wisdom because they are together when they creating the ESD test books. So their opinions were also reflected a lot in the test books. So that, they make it more the formula to make the formal education, I think.
How do you combine it with the formal? It's how do you arrange the teaching of the use of that?
That we are just the once a month we just meet, and then once a month we meet, and then we are very strict. We are making the operation rules. So if they have broken the rules, so we just calm down and then we are just joining to something. So that's why the organization where we make the new organization, because they are new one, but it's very hard to make it something because they are not started about the pure study the group, because they are started the job creation. So that's why it's a little bit difficult to with the control them. So, but after the 2 years, it's okay. So yeah. So we will start to more the welcome to the new the professional, the instructors. So yeah, we just tried in the more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zida. Do you have more questions?
I was just wondering what the
Yes, can I answer the question? So as you say, it's difficult. So formal educational system is very tight to incorporate these local wisdoms into the formal educational system. So our approach is the same as other areas. So as I introduced, so UNESCO, this is a Sunday school. So after their weekly study, they come to this Igune house and they learn about this local knowledge. And the other approaches is the same as other places. So in this Osaki districts, they published subtexts to learn about the local wisdoms and deliver to each school. This is one of the local city government promote and publish these textbooks. And the third approach is to utilize the special activities or integrated study time. This is one of the inquiry-based learning. So they can occupy a lot of time for going out of school learning for these activities to utilize this special school activities, inquiry-based learning times, they go out and learn about those local wisdoms. And they go to the field trips. My answer is just like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tommy. We welcome more questions from the floor. Yes. Please say your name and which RCE you're from.
So my name is Diep Trân from RCE Southern Vietnam. And actually, this is the first time I joined the meeting after 10-year break because I went to the US for my PhD study and came back. And I really interested for the presentation from you because I'm planning to do kind of the similar things. But so that's why here we need your suggestion and comment for do something in our city. So the city, Ho Chi Minh City, and I would like to work with the Department of Education in Ho Chi Minh City and work with the high school students, not elementary students. So is it suitable, or you want that's just a plan. We just plan to work with the high school student. But here you can work with still the elementary student as well. And with experience of working we plan to do kind of the first we have kind of the seminar to ignite their knowledge about the sustainable development, and then we will hold the contest about the kind of the mastermind or innovation, and then we learn how to work on the 17 to reach the 17 UN goals, and then when for those students that high school students have agree by the Department of Education in Ho Chi Minh City, so they will choose to do the action plan at the youth school, the high school. So that's our plan. So I just need your suggestion if it's okay, just work for the high school student, and if my plan is it good with your experience, or we can start something or add some content in our plans. Yeah. Thank you in advance for your comments, advice. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a very good proposal about possibility of engaging with other RCEs. So any of the presenters would like to respond to our colleague?
Okay, thank you. That's nice proposals. And I think we can apply our activity in all level of formal education. It's really depend on the activities. For example, for about the waste. So for the high school students, we can do like we already did about the application on the waste with the application. So and for the elementary students, we can kind of ask them to not using product that we couldn't reuse or recycle. So it's really interested while we working with all level of education with a different kind of activities. So it's really depend on your proposal, which one is more suitable. So it's better also that we do step by step. So it's in a small group and then getting bigger. So I think that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have until 12:50, right? So we have about 5 more minutes. Maybe, yeah. How much time do we have? The secretariat?
About 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. So we do have, can we have one last question or comment from members of the floor or anyone online, please? Yes.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Ira Khanum from Sejahtera Center. Yeah, to Dr. Ardia, I have a question. Regarding the waste management project, right? I like the idea of the app, and I think when it comes to regional waste management, it can get quite complicated. But I would like to know, are you working on the municipal waste management company or the government for this initiative? Appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm working in the university. So actually, it's not really, it's in the scheme of education. So educate the students to understand about the waste and that we can reduce or reuse the waste. So it's not in the operational in waste management. Okay, so I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Adep. Okay, in the interest of time, just before we sign off, I am also interested in the idea that Dr. Zida and also many of you responded about how do we connect the formal and the informal. And then when we are talking about vision, education, vision 2030, but do we do this things the same way, expecting a different outcomes when we know that the way we are doing did not bring us to that outcome? So perhaps maybe that is something that we want to think about. How do we connect formal and non-formal? For example, what I would like to see is that we do have, for example, when we talk about school children, yeah, we do have some teachers who are very passionate about some of the ideas that we're doing, but they are in the formal system. Is there a way for us to pull that out so they are able to contribute to the non-formal system and still it becomes a career path? So those are the kind of things. Yeah, Dr. Park, Professor Park.
Yeah, I just would like to add a little bit what Tongyong RC has been doing this, the relation between formal and informal education. We have been very close linked with the Office of Education, how should I say, Educational Municipal Office. So we developed a close link in a system of formal education into our Tongyong RCE. For example, I'll just give you two examples. Not only we developed the manual of ESD together with this office, but we are having every year about 3,500 primary school children come to our center and to be educated for 2 days, every single member, not only Tongyong, but nearby cities. That's one case. I'm not going to go into detail. And number two is for the first year of middle school in Korea, we have one semester is called the Freedom Free Year. So during those one semester, but I've heard these days they enlarged into whole year, first year of middle school. They are not really grading their studying things. They try to give these kids, students, to have time to deal with what's going to be our future. So Tongyong RC is closely linked to all these middle schools. And we have, those kids to come to our place and, sort of have a teaching time, but not only teaching, but we are, dialoguing and interacting. And we also have 1 or 2 ES teacher in every single Tongyong schools, formal schools. So a month ago, I just went down to Tongyong and nominate ESD teacher in each school. So we are having very close link with formal education sectors and Tongyong RC. I feel like Tongyong RC became part of formal education system. So we've been doing this for a long time. So we have 17 years of history. And Suyeon is sitting there. She is a good part of developing all this, along with Won Jung-hyun. So we are very close with formal and informal. in many ways.
That's right. Thank you very much, Professor Park. So that is the kind of conversation that we have across the different RCEs and many perhaps good practices that we can share among each other. So now I think the time is over for this session. Our session on local wisdom for social sustainability, where we had 5 excellent presentations from, I will say again, from Dr. Ardia, from Dr. Bay, from Mr. Dominic, and from Professor Tommy. All right, so we had good question and answer session. And with that, let us give ourselves a good, show of hands for the good session we had. So I would like to formally hand over the session to the Secretariat now. Thank you very much.
Lain sikit daripada situ macam orang tak apa nak dengar kan sebab dia. Oh sinergi dulu.
So Sanusi, we continue for the report. Yeah, keep on. So all the moderators are here. 3 moderators are ready. I know what. Munira. So for the rest of the minutes in this session, I will go into very brief report from the moderators, 3, 4, 5 minutes each. So would you go on? So Maria, would you start? What is the most keen part that you haven't discussed? Oh. So it doesn't have to be systematic, okay? But you need a microphone, so you can sit. You can sit here.
You can sit, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Ifwan, you ready, Ifwan? Ifwan. Yeah? Are you okay? Yes, we have to report so that I will report first, then we'll get you can relax there. All right. Welcome back, everyone. So within a short time, we managed to few important questions. We were asked to do actually 3 questions to see how to promote local wisdom in terms of environmental aspect, and how do we document, and how do we move forward from there. But just quickly, Dr. Park, if I may ask Ifwan, who do the reporting, have a bit more detail, just quickly to report on what we have discussed just now.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Basically, there are 4 presentations made by 3 sessions in environmental, which covers rehabilitating mangrove in Merbuk, Kedah, and RCE Cebu projects, which is biodiversity, tourism, carbon bioculture project in festivals, and also low carbon culture development in Iskandar. So there are a few things that we discussed, and the thing that we want to move on is whether how we want to document it, and it's also to do a mainstream all our data and streamline the data and make it coordinated. And it's important for us to have someone that can facilitate all those things, and we can share it to other people so that people can benefit others. And it's also important for us to promote it to other people using various social medias on how important the environmental issues is that we are currently facing right now, so that people outside there can also benefit from what we're doing, so that they can benefit our indigenous knowledge, and they can also implement it in their community as well. So this is basically the gist of what we're having in our environmental sessions.
Conclude our side, Dr. Park, two messages. One is Rita was suggesting that among the RCE for us to get together and develop a documentations, record, profiling of all this database for local wisdom practice. That's one. Second message is that we need to change our sharing of local practice, local wisdom through TikTok, Instagram, whatever. It's make it more sexy compared to the traditional way of sharing of this thing. And last one is that for that purpose, is not only to be reported in the journal Q1, Q2. Thank you very much.
Well, all right. Munira, will you go on for the social sustainability?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Park. Good afternoon, everyone. We were sort of like rushing, looking at the time that I forgot to appoint somebody to help me with the reporting. So now I will report, and members who were in this group, if there is anything to add after this, please do so. All right, we had 5 presentations, and our issues revolve around the sharing that despite the pandemic over 2 years, there were a lot of resources and initiatives that has been documented in terms of like modules, books, and apps for use. And now to come up with what Professor Zainal has just said, that documentation could also made to be more appealing, as he said, to be made more sexy to the use of in the RCE's community. And secondly, we also see that the initiatives also give voice, give the visibility through cultural and arts projects to people who are ethnic minority. So that is another way of compiling local wisdom and also cultural heritage. And the presentation from Japan now upskill that documentation, and in my opinion, it form what we can say institutionalize the efforts through having initiatives like the areas that is identified as globally impact agricultural heritage system. So it now institutionalized the intangible cultural heritage, and also this idea of Igune house. And finally, also we had a discussion, as many of us who were involved with formal and non-formal education, how to connect. Despite, if you look at the RCEs, which was presented earlier, ours has all of this formal education, informal and non-formal, but still there are times it is disconnected. So how do we connect that? And we learn by sharing from other RCEs some of the ways that we could address that issue. And also, let me see. Finally, we also had in our group early proposals and calls for further collaboration among RCEs, which perhaps that is something that all the RCEs here can take afterwards. Thank you very much, Professor Park.
Microphone goes to the economic sustainability section, how local wisdom can be implemented for economic sustainability. So Rahim is here.
Yeah, me.
Oh, you are there. I don't know the name of face together. So, okay.
Yes.
Your relaxation is over. Okay, microphone is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Park. And our session, Local Wisdom for Economic Sustainability, we had a presentation, and also, the time given was very short, and we had a few disruptions, but then we managed to finish all the presentation with, I think, not much of deliberation or discussion, but the presentations were actually for me during the presentations, I think all were focusing on natural resources, and also how local communities are empowered together with the RCEs, working towards empowering the local communities, and how they can actually what do you call that, use at the same time conserve the nature and have the social economic at the same time. So empowerment of the community to be part of the economic activities. I think this is something important in terms of sustainability of the community, to be part of the process, not only at the receiving end only. So one of the I think from our observation is on the process, the empowerment process that I think we can learn from among the RCEs, how the process happens, and how we can actually improve what we are doing, so that we can ensure that the economic activities are sustained and also improve among the local community. And another one that I would like to also maybe highlight would be how this learning from the community themselves, because they have the knowledge actually. So when we conduct the RCEs then we should be learning together with them. So I think we talk about water resources, we talk about also rocks, very interesting, rock for a geological formation. And also, of course, the region here, we have a lot of palm oil. We also have something about palm oil, and circular economy, of course, about circular economy, and how RCE and maybe ProsperNet can be the platform to collaborate. I think that's from us. Thank you.
So here we are trying to winding up our session, but we all know that ESD 423 is emphasizing the local activation. So RCE is very apt for this local realization of ESD. So RCE should put together our energy to bring how this local wisdom and traditional knowledge can be really empowered for the education for sustainable development. So we all know social, economic, and environmental sectors, wind up into sustainable development. So we emphasize that how to document, and how to make that to be practiced in local level. So RCE should really emphasize to make a realization, implementation, this local wisdom and traditional knowledge, have been with us for a long time, for many generations. So RCE is a local sector, so it's well combined. So it's our time now, Sanusi. It's our time. So RCE should, Mickey, it's our time. You and you bring up this ESD 23 should be actualized through our RCE movement. So thank you very much for your effort for today. So I congratulate Sanusi for more organizing this meeting, and Mickey, and especially Mr. Midori. In Korea, Ministry of Environment does not pay any attention to ESD. So I'm going back home, gonna emphasize to ministry people in Korea. So I'll probably quote your name, how you delivered, this very valuable, precious initiative to be implemented in our society. So thank you very much for this session, and we have empowerment together after all this 2-hour session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for moderating sessions from Country Zone. I'll take from here before I pass to Dr. Zida. Next sessions is just a quick reporting, but it's an important report, pick up from what Dr. Park says, from the wisdom that she's been around and looking at all this RCE for many years. What happened is that we're going to report what we had done, workshops on the futures of RCE 2050. We don't want the dinosaur to come back and telling us that you need advice from me, which is not. Yeah, so can we have the slide on quickly? Yeah, so some of us were in the workshops. We were glad that we've coached by Prof. Sohail, who is a well-known fisheries. And also we have the honor of Prof. Faris, if he's still around here. Okay, all right. Should have asked him to report this. Okay, all right, quickly, just to share what happened in that thing, and then we'll conclude with the scenarios that the groups who representing RCE has come up with, so that we are aware, if we don't do this, where we'll be going. Yeah. Next slide, Hafiz, yeah. You can skip this, let's say, these were the programs, yeah. And next one, this is what Prof. Faris at the back. I would not say much, he's around, yeah. But what is emphasized is that we talk about futures, is talk about prevention. So we need to be very serious about structuring from now on what need to be done. Otherwise, we just follow the flow of the river, what's happening in the world. And then the other message is the strong emphasis on societal, on community engagement. Yeah. So that's among others, many other message, but I would like Prof. Faris to add later on. Yeah. Next slide. From the chair, from the facilitator, from Prof. Sohail, this how they were trained. Yeah, they were somehow facilitated in the process to come up with the scenarios in the workshops. Prof. Japaring, Dr. Japaring was there, so you can help me later on. Yeah, this is a common practice, this common exercise for CLA. Sohail is using CLA. Yeah, these are just to say that if we don't transform, we will be just another platforms and will not make much difference. Next message, next slide. This is, I think, what Mickey said in the morning as well, the role and the functions of RCE and the way forward for RCE. Very timely, Dr. Park, that when you emphasize that 2023 will be, from now on is the time for us to really take this seriously. Our number has reached almost 200. So we have to make sure that we can really leverage on the 200s around the world. Yeah. So I will not summarize. I will not say much. It's on the screen also what has been highlighted by Mickey in the morning. Next slide. Among the groups, one of the primary factors that was considered is technological advancement, whether it helps us moving forward or it holds us as a prisoner of technology. So that's how the technologies and digitalizations, those kind of keywords were being factored in designing how RCE should be in 2050. Next slide. Still within the same line of delivering ESD, and then I think the one in the box, sustainable manner, community engagement, and then make sure, I think Ashira come up strongly with this one, the KPI and the KIP. We thought if the KPI is still governing us, we'll not be able to put into the values and etc. We need a different kind of KPI so that RCE works and initiative will be included as part and parcel of the university's activities. Next slide. The other thing is that RCE should be prepared to be more disruptive in disruptive changes to be led by RCE as a platform that put all the quadruple helix together. Yeah, but basically the wisdom, the values have to be there, and that was different between the RCE platform and other platforms. Next slide. Quickly, one of there are two issues quite expected on food security and education. So on food security, we felt very much now the price hike and all the climate change impact on food security issues is getting more obvious and rampant now. So RCE needs to work on this using all the local wisdoms and community engagement as a platform for that. Next slide. So these are the scenarios. Yeah, these are the 4 scenarios. If RCE don't do so, the first scenario is a no change scenarios. Usually the metaphor for, they will have to develop the metaphor. So this one is business as usual. And it's quite interesting. It's quite expected to see RCE will not be seen as a main player. Yeah, if we don't do much, because environmental issues will persist and they will be questioning what are we doing for that purpose. Marginal change, we recognize the need for change, but we only acted marginally. So that's the kind of scenario. RCE adjusts the activity to fit into the current university ranking systems. So we don't we do change, but that's not enough. That is a marginal change, and that will not necessarily lead to the kind of RCE's objective. Adaptive change, and this is what is happening now. We focus on regional change rather than the global change. Yeah, these are all issues, points that's been highlighted in the group. And it's also highlight, I'm sure this must come from Yasir, commune diversity is one of the way of how to adapt to the change. Yeah, but maybe Tan Sri Zul would say not adaptive, the radical change. That's why we need this commune diversity. Yeah, the radical change scenarios is the based on the metaphor of Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, no KPI at all, expectations, competitions, and ranking for universities. That's what happened. Yeah, technology to be utilized at maximum to reach its highest potentials. Yeah. And you can see all kind of technologies coming in and dictating the directions of the content of what RCE is doing. So this is the 4 scenarios for us to ponder upon, to reflect upon in moving forward. So we hope by the workshops and by sharing it here in this RCE conference, it gives another momentum for us to be seriously addressing what Dr. Park is saying, giving us so-called a quote-unquote instruction for us to do the change here. Next slide. I think that's about it. We have the report, the full report available for everyone in our website. Thank you very much. And we'd like to thank all the RCEs who participated in that conference. So now we'd like to invite Dr. Zida to moderate the next sessions from RCE Central Semenanjung.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zainal, for inviting me to moderate this session. So I think we have built a momentum in a way. Prof was talking about it's our time now, and and Dr. Zainal talking about the future scenarios and how we should go forward, whether we want to just stay from business as usual or we and how far we want to do some radical change. So this next session is very suitable for that, for us to get inspiration on what we can do. There will be speakers who will talk about, so this is this discussion after this is on the RCE thematic collaborative projects. We're going to have 2 sessions, one on the ongoing joint project. So we will have 2 speakers who will be sharing with us the current projects that we can join. And there's also a potential future joint projects that will be, I think there will be 3 presenters who will talk about, a future projects that can be, that we can join. So, and also I think this follows up to the keynote address by Tan Sri Zul about, how we should all work together now, and also, I guess, to support the RCE roadmap as we go forward. So I won't waste more time. I guess we do have our 2 speakers here. One is Miss Brittany from Greater Western Sydney RCE, or she's not around, yeah? Maybe Miss Susan? Is it online or is it here? It's online, yeah? Okay, so the first sharing is by Susan, who will be representing Greater Western Sydney RCE. She will be talking about the SDGs Youth Challenge. So I think this is a very popular, quite a popular program in the RCE network. Has been going on for quite a while, and I'll invite Susan to share more. The floor is yours, Susan. Hi, Susan. She there? Or if she's not there, then we can. Oh, it's moving.
Who is playing the slide? Oh, okay, all right.
Or maybe we can start with Dr. B, because Dr.
yeah,
B
yeah,
is here now. Is she around? What do you think? Kita start with Dr. B lah ya. Okay, tak apa. But it's okay. It's okay. We have another sharing as well also on the theme of youth participation in ESD. So we have Dr. Hyun Soon Bae from RCE Dobonggu. She will be sharing with us about the program called Global ESD Youth Project Nuru Season 2. It's a Season 2. You had your Season 1 before this, yeah? Okay, so we'll be looking forward to hear about this because I think they have quite an interesting philosophy called Nuru and also using a very interesting approach called photo voice. So Dr. Bae, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I did presentation again. Yeah, can you, next slide? Yeah, I'm the Dr. Bae. I'm the RCE Dobonggu. So today I present the Global ESD, the Youth Project Nuru Season 2. Next slide. Oh, the Global ESD Youth Nuru Project Nuru is a collaborative ESD project that utilized the photo voice research, the method to foster the ecological literacy and the global leadership of domestic and foreign youth. Project Nuru, which first started last year, started Season 2 is this year by the reinforcing the shortcomings. The Project Nuru means the pure Korean words for long without driving at once, and was named in the hope that this project will keep the youth conscious of the sustainability, and then this project will continue to be subject to any environmental changes. So this year's theme is sustainable fashion, which links SDG 9 and SDG 12. The program was designed from the January to February, and then participations were recruited from the March to April. The project Nuru has a strong research type project character. Project Nuru organized at the worksheet so that it can be carried. Go back. And the worksheet so that it can be carried out with the photo voice research method. The photo voice is the combination of the photo and the voice. So reliving one's voice and experience through the photos by the people who are the marginalized from the community. And then also they belong to the qualitative research the research method. So purpose of the photo voice, the focusing on the change, the daily life and the community. Next slide. So on the other hand, a big feature of the project Nuru is that it's carried out by only Zoom, so once a month. So last year, it processed without much difficulty, that even when it is difficult to do the COVID-19, the widely operating project Nuru is now the matters. So personally the charge in studying the various ICT programs like the Padlet or the Mentimental, the Kahoot or the Google Class. So using Zoom and they're trying to use it for the Zoom meetings in the more the various ways. Next slide. So this is the schedule for this year's project Nuru operation. The elementary school consists of 5 classes, 5 sessions, and then middle, high school, and then the college students consist of the 8 sessions. And they have a Zoom meeting once a month, and it starts at 9 a.m. on the Korean time, because almost the students is very busy on the weekends. So we just choose it on the early in the morning. But it is something, the problem that, because almost the countries have the time difference. So for example, the RCC Nagara in India, they work the 5 in the morning. So that's why, but they connected to the join our meeting. So next slide. So this year, all students will participate, but the operating system has been strengthened so that we can work hard and the day one, receive a certificate. The students who have completed this project shall produce a certificate of the competition and completion and the personal profile under the name of the mayor of Dobong. And this year, we are preparing for the research completion, the benefits in the collaboration with the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. On next slide. Yeah, that's our the certificate. And then this is the students, the personal profile. Next slide. So now I explain the progress of the project in Neuro Season 2. This year, 108 students from a total of 9 countries are participating in the project. As time goes by, the numbers of participating students decreases, and then it can be interpreted that the participation in the project in Neuro is never enough to the simple participate. So next slide. As mentioned earlier, the participating students should carefully fill out the worksheet for the analysis as field researchers. The submitted worksheet is shared during the same reporting time through the analysis of the RCE Dobong. Next slide. And in addition, since it is possible to suspended collaborations with Zoom through the ICT programs, the collaboration course was added for the middle and the high school and then the college students. Next slide. So last year, we received the students' activity, the worksheet by the email, but I'm very confused because so many students sending the email, so I can't organize well. So this year we used the Padlet to make it easier to submit them. And then I see the managers and the participating students could come in at any time to check their schedules and the information by the tablet, the program. On next slide. Yeah, this picture is about the third section worksheet of the elementary school. So the third section the worksheet is composed of the 2 research questions. The first question is to take pictures of the closest collection box in the neighborhood, where the participating students lived. And then second question is to write or draw where the closing collection box are going by the internet or the books. So this photo was submitted by a student. So it's cute, right? And then they have to take the photo and they put in the worksheet. Yeah. So next slide. So this is the content shared in the small reporting time. And then the photos taken by the participating students were organized and then compared. So the participating students would have understood that the closed collection boxes are similar, but different from the city to city or from the country to countries. So next 2 slides. And then in the second half of the year, Dobong ESD Open Seminar will also be held on this year's topic. Next slide. Yes. Next. So yeah, that's why we do our screen like the Project Neuro. So Project Neuro is thought to be beneficial to students who are new to sustainable development education. So there is no time and no space constraint because it is June. So we will do the operated under a good theme the next year. So please pay a lot of attention and participate. Thank you for the listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bay. This is very, very interesting. I'm just wondering for all the other RCEs who wants to join this program, I realized that the timeline is actually starts in May.
Yeah.
Are there still opportunity for members to send in participants?
Oh, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
we are just the submit to the invitation, or just we are sending the poster. So you just checking that. I think the every year, like the January to the February. So just we check, and then we also the onboarding the RC network. So just to find out, and then just to contact us freely. Okay, thank you.
Do we have the first speaker? So I just want to check online. Is Susan there to speak? Tak ada. Okay, kita pun tak ada masa. Okay, all right. Can I just open the the floor for any questions for Dr. Bay for the first session on the ongoing joint projects? No questions? Okay, all right. Maybe there's more later. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Bay. So now we are moving to the second part of the session, which is potential future joint projects. We have, I think, three speakers for this, 5 minutes each. The first one is on the special RCE session at the 14th International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination of ICERT in Cambodia, which will be held from March 3rd to 5th, 2023. I think Prof. Mario is here to just say a few words. Yes, Prof. Mario? Okay.
Thank you very much. The Asia-Pacific RCE community has since 2010 participated in these annual conferences, which was initiated by RCE Greater Gombak since 2010. And if you recall, in 2015, we had the RCE Regional Meeting in RCE Bohol as well, together with this conference. Now, the 14th one will be held next year in March at Siem Reap, Cambodia, which is the home of Angkor Wat, beautiful place. And we extend an open invitation to all APRCEs to participate through papers or whatever. And the Global RCE Service Center is planning to organize a special session, RCE session, that would be held online. It is online, so you could either be there physically or connect online, on the theme of circular economy education, on education for local communities, ESD for local communities. And we will be giving the announcement, issuing the announcement soon, so you're also invited. Now, the RCE, the organizers, is contributing a video, a short video, to extend their cordial invitation to all RCEs. So the video, please.
In developing countries, agriculture is being converted to export-oriented monoculture, and the amount of agricultural chemicals applied to the farmland are increasing every year. Therefore, it is necessary to promote and enhance understanding of sustainable rural development among local stakeholders, including farmers. The International Society of Environmental and Rural Development is pleased to announce the 14th International Conference on Environmental and Rural Development, the 14th ICRD, which will be held in Siem Reap, Cambodia in March 2023. The 14th ICRD will be hosted by the Royal University of Agriculture in Cambodia. The Royal University of Agriculture is a leading public institute who plays a vital role in educating and building the country's human resources in agriculture over the last 50 years, since its reopening in 1984 after the country's civil war. The conference aimed to discuss and develop the suitable and effective processes and strategy for sustainable agriculture and rural development, taking into account of innovation in green technologies under the theme of Innovation in Green Technology for Sustainable Agriculture and Rural Development. Study area include education for sustainable development, rural development, environmental management, agricultural systems and food innovation, and infrastructural systems. The three-day conference include participant registration and reception dinner alongside with RCED steering meeting. Scientific day or presentation day, which include poster presentation and oral presentation in the breakout room. In the evening, the certificate of the winner for Best Poster, oral presentation, and Best Paper Award will be rewarded during the dinner gala. Final day, Day 3, Excursion Day. Siem Reap is a province of Cambodia that holds a very rich culture and home to the famous Angkor Temple. Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument in the world. Among 4,000 temples in Cambodia and about 100 in Siem Reap province, Angkor Wat is the only one to have remained a significant religious center since its foundation. The temple is at the top of the high classical style of Khmer architecture. It has become a symbol of Cambodia. Tonle Sap Lake, or the Great Lake, is the largest freshwater lake in Southeast Asia and one of the most diverse and productive ecosystems in the world. The lake is home to at least 149 species of fishes and birds, 11 of which are globally endangered and home to 6 near-threatened species. We would like to extend our special thanks to RCE, a founding member of ICER and supporting the ICAD event since 2010. In Global RCE Network, RCE Greater Phnom Penh has been working with Cambodia since 2009, which activities has been focusing on promoting education for sustainable development, especially regarding food, agriculture, and environmental education. We are pleased to extend our invitation to the Asia-Pacific RCE community to participate in the event. Potential participants are invited to submit an abstract through email to the organizing committee by 30th November 2022. Full manuscript submitted to the Secretariat of the International Society of Environmental and Rural Development, ICERD, will be published in the International Journal of Environmental and Rural Development, IJERD, as Index Journal in J-Stage, EBISCO, Agricola, Google Scholar, after a peer reviewing process. For more questions, guidelines, and materials, please visit www.icert.net.
So there is a special session and you'll be invited. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Mario. I think it's, it's an opportunity to go to Cambodia as well, with Angkor Wat, and also we're talking about local wisdom, Tonle Sap and all that, and also to learn much more about sustainable agriculture as well. Okay, we now shall move to a second presentation by Mr. Jos Hermans, the chair for COMMEET, which is, I believe, a fellowship for community empowerment for ESD. Jos, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Okay, looking forward to hear from you. Right, the floor is yours.
It's all right. I'm calling you from the Netherlands, from Maastricht. It's quite early here, but I love to be in your meeting. Thank you for having invited me. Is the sound all right?
Yes. Can you increase the volume a bit, because it's a bit vague. the moment.
Is the sound better now?
A bit better, or
It's on my max here.
It's the max. I think it's fine, yeah? I think we can go on. It's okay, Joss, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me introduce myself first. I was a peer advisor of the Ubuntu Committee of Peers between 2010 2020. And after my retreat, I have been active in a very specific part of the SDG campaign. Together with some good colleagues, I established COMEET, which is a fellowship for community empowerment. Mr. Razak, your own honorable president, has supported me very much with this, like Mr. Charles Hopkins and other good colleagues. And I'm still grateful for their support in those years. We now have 43 fellows all over the world who believe that the SDGs have a better chance of being realized if communities take the responsibility for their future into their own hands. And we are inspired by Ubuntu. Of course, we are inspired by Ubuntu. That is why, like in many African villages, if there is something at stake, we call our community together, and we call them by yelling, "Come and meet," which is the abbreviation of our name, COMEET. That's where we come from. We are all inspired by the philosophy of Ubuntu. What we do is we produce help for local communities that need it. This is where you come in as RCEs, because you are doing the same. But we deliver instruments, we call them toolkits, to handle difficult local problems. And we give you manuals on how others have solved their own problems in the specific fields. For instance, we have produced these manuals or toolkits, as we call them, on different subjects like how to help integrate migrants in their new home communities, or how do you offer enough possibilities for future young generations to stay at home and build up a good future with good vocational training and entrepreneurship education. And many, many more of these toolkits are being produced, and we deliver them freely to all communities that want to have them. And here's where you come in. We hope that RCEs all over the world can use our toolkits as well for their own work, their noble work in their home communities and regions. And in return, we ask these communities kindly to deliver good practices to us of where things have succeeded, have been successful, and that approaches have been useful to be copied or to be taken over by other communities. So we will publish all these good practices on our websites, and we'll be grateful to present them to the outside world. If you think that this type of exchange of experience and expertise is useful, you are also invited to join us in our fellowship. We have now 53 fellows worldwide, and we are looking for many, many more. So if you think that you have enough expertise and motivation to support the good cause of community empowerment, please give us a call, and we will be glad to meet you and see how we can collaborate. One of our, I mentioned some names already, but the people who are now with us are many times working in RCEs already. You may know Roger Petrie in Canada, or Jim Taylor in Africa, and others. If you want to know what it is to be a fellow of Fellowship COMEET, please call them. Mrs. Ross Wade from RCE London has stepped into the fellowship and also brought in a memorandum of understanding from RCE London with Comeet already. And that is the way we like to cooperate with the great RCE society all over the world. I sent a presentation to your organization. It is, I think, it is to be checked on UNU's website or where? Is it in your hands already, or did you receive it already? If not, please ask your organizers and they will be happy to show it to you and read it. There are contact points where you can find us, and we are looking forward to your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Right, yes, thank you so much. This is a very generous sharing, and I think this is an opportunity to, have very good resource for the RCE here. I think we can have about 2 minutes for any questions. I think this is quite an interesting opportunity for the RCEs, and I think Dr. Zaina is also one of the RCE, one of the fellows for this program. If you have any questions, anyone from the floor? And anyway, Joss, the materials and the presentation that you gave us, we will be, I think the Secretariat can share it to all of the members. So, so that's fine. Yeah.
Please do. Yeah. Bye-bye from Holland.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jos. Thank you, Jos. I'll share with them later on if there is any information further.
Thank you, Till. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Josh. And I think anyone who's interested can contact you directly. Yes.
Well, everybody has my mail address, I guess, from the 10 years that I worked with all of you, but it is on the presentation as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Take care.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we are moving to the last presentation. I think Shannon, are you there?
I am. Hello, everyone.
Oh, hi. Okay, so Shannon will be presenting to us about a very, very popular, MOOC sort of platform called the SDG Academy. And this is a very good resource for, I think, all of the RCEs. So Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. I'm actually based here in Kuala Lumpur, but was not able to join in person today. So hello to all my neighbors here in Malaysia. My name is Shannon Coburn, and I lead the team of the SDG Academy based here in Malaysia. I also have team members in New York. You can go to our next slide, please. If you're not familiar with the SDG Academy, we are the flagship online education initiative of something called the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And the SDSN is a global think tank for the SDGs in support of the UN SDGs. We have, kind of similar to the RCE network and ProsperNet, we have, I think at this point, more than 1,600 universities, research institutions, et cetera, as part of our global network, organized into regional and national networks. This whole idea of localizing the SDGs and really using local knowledge to support SDG action at the local level. And so the SDG Academy was created because we had all the experts around the world, and we wanted to, not just keep their expertise in a bubble, but be able to share it with all of the people around the world who need to do the work. So policymakers, people in civil society, people in the private sector, and just concerned citizens. So we create free online educational resources for a global audience. Next slide, please. So we work with various experts around the world. So lots of professors and experts at universities, people representing different INGOs throughout the UN system. We've made courses in partnership with UNESCO, UNEP, including, and also some UNU locations as well, policy partners like the Brookings Institution, and then we host our courses on edX, which is one of the world's largest online learning platforms, as well as some regional platforms, EdRock in the Middle East and ShuTangX out of China. Next slide, please. So what resources do we have? Like I said, we have, at this point, I think we now have 40 massive open online courses or MOOCs. And these, as I said, are available on edX.org. And we have courses on everything related to the SDGs, some that are sort of more broadly related to the SDGs as a framework. What are they? How can you measure them? How can you take action at different levels? Who's involved? And then some that are very specific to different SDGs or different elements of the SDGs. So we have an excellent course on the science behind climate change delivered by an expert climatologist. We have a course on human rights law and how that relates to the SDG agenda. So a number of different courses, including a newer one that we did with UNESCO on living heritage and sustainable development, which I know is very relevant to the conversation that's happening today. In addition to the courses themselves, what we realized that people really liked the high quality video lectures that we produce for our courses, and they wanted to use them outside of the course environment. They wanted to share them in a class that they were teaching at a university, or embed them in a workshop, or just share them with colleagues. So we took all of those videos and we made them searchable in a repository that we called the SDG Academy Library. So at this point, we have 1,500 videos from the world's leading experts on sustainable development that you can view, share, and use in your own teaching and learning. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if we had a little bit more time, I could give you a walkthrough of what our courses look like. Unfortunately, I think I am the only thing standing between you and lunch, so I will keep it short. But you can go to edX.org, and we are SDG Academy X. You can find all of our courses there and enroll for free. As long as you have an edX account, which is free to register, you can join any of our courses. Next slide, please. So this is at a glance all of the courses we have available or that we've created. I'd be happy to share some of the links in the chat, and I believe I've also shared all of this with the organizers and the secretariat, who can certainly share it as well. So just a quick snapshot of the types of courses that we have on offer. Next slide, please. And here again is our SDG Academy library. So I think of this as YouTube for the SDGs. If you just wanted to view a particular video or more easily include it in some of your own activities, I would say this is the best place to go. Next slide, please. And then just wrapping it up really briefly, lots of ways to get in touch with us. We are on social media. We have a newsletter. We also have put together something we call our community of practice. And this is just another way that you can engage with us and also with other people around the world who are dedicated to teaching about sustainable development, sustainability, and the SDGs. So I know you're already part of the RCE network, so you're already doing a lot of that. Our community of practice is another way to get involved in those conversations. And we've opened that up to anyone doing any kind of education about the SDGs. So traditional, university education, different nonprofits and civil society groups who are doing training either of their own people or of other community members, and also social enterprises and the private sector who, again, are either training their own people or developing training materials for others. So I can wrap it up there. Like I said, I know we have very limited time. Please do get in touch with me or with the SDG Academy if you have any questions. I think one more slide just to say thank you. There, and that's my email address there. And it's a very brief introduction from me, and I'm happy to take questions if you have the time.
All right, thank you so much, Shannon. I mean, that is a very, a lot of resource there that you have shared. Okay, yeah, but you're right. We are, we should be having lunch very soon. But can we just have about maybe 2 minutes, Mario, before your session, for any questions to the speakers today? If any, everyone is so hungry, yeah? Okay, well, anyway, what this session has provided is, sort of like, a spark on what kind of collaboration that we can actually start with. We can join the youth program in in Korea, we can join ICERT, be a commit sort of member, and also to join the SDG Academy for the MOOCs, and and use the resources that they have there. So a round of applause to all of the speakers. And hopefully we can kick off the momentum for the RCE partnership in the future. Okay, Prof. Mario, your session, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The good news is this is the last session before lunch. So I need your cooperation to cover all the three items, all the three organizational items that we need to discuss. And these three items are, as you can see, the Asia-Pacific RCE Coordinating Committee that we need to reform. The second one is about regional advisors. And the third one is regional youth coordinators. Now, next slide, please. The basic functions of the coordinating committee, as you see, are threefold. This committee was established in 2015 with these three basic functions. One is to advise on the agenda of regional meetings like this one. And secondly, it's a sounding board for ideas. If you have ideas, then there is a place to go to serve as a sounding board, whether it's a good idea or bad or whatever, how to proceed. And thirdly, it is a coordinating committee for inter-RCE activities. Now, it has been very valuable for the last 7 years, and I think it should continue. It should continue. The current committee members, next slide, please, were slated on a voluntary basis. They are all volunteers for a term of 2 years. And the current one was formed in October 2020 as part of the 13th AP RCE meeting. And now it has reached the end of the term, 2022. And that meeting where this was formalized was hosted by RCE Kyrgyzstan. It's time to form new membership. Now for continuity, next slide, please. It has been our practice. It has been our practice to rotate membership, half of it or some of it. And then others would be retained. Others would or either re-volunteer or refresh their partnership, their membership. And so for the 2022-2024, we will do the same practice, that we identify those that we suggest to retain and those that would need to be re-volunteered. Now, next slide, please. Yes. Now, based on the attendance, participation during the last term, we have highlighted the good members, so to speak. Good attendance. We had a checklist. Good attendance. So those highlighted in yellow are those that we would suggest to continue to retain, including, of course, the host of this meeting, RCE Greater Gombak. And the remaining ones are subject to an open seat. So you need either, if you're an old member, to re-volunteer, or some new ones might come in. Now, in the interest of time, let's give the privilege to those who are here first, to ask them if you would like to volunteer, and then we can reach out to the others who are online maybe later, because it's difficult to entertain them. We could communicate with them. But if we could fill in the 6, well and good. Okay? Any volunteers? Those who are not listed or highlighted over there in the list. Yeah. Penang is still there? No. The RCE is counted as 1. but the two are working together as rapporteurs. Yeah, within the RCE. Okay, any volunteer? You want to re-volunteer? Responsibility? It's coordinating committee, yes, coordinating. Coordinating, advising. It's not a decision-making body. It is not. How, for example, there are projects that would need some activities with other RCEs that the committee would know, resources, for example, or asking for information like that. It's an open, I would say, responsibility in terms of coordination, but there's no decision-making authority. It's fun because you meet the other RCEs too, right? Okay.
Thank you.
What RCE?
Greater Kuala Lumpur.
Greater Kuala Lumpur. Okay. There are many from Malaysia.
Yeah.
Bitsan. Waikato.
Thank you very much for your discerning process. From us, I think we're happy to withdraw. The only thing is I haven't had notice of any meetings at all in the last, we haven't had notice of any meetings for probably 2 years. Is that right?
No. Last year.
We did participate in the Asia-Pacific. Anyway, I would be happy for someone to take that place. The only thing is, and I think Professor Zoll has brought this up, that this Asia-Pacific so-called region, we have no voices from the blue continent at all. And so it puts a responsibility on us to represent that region. We just don't have the capacity to lead. I think we would have an interest in participating, but I don't understand that we haven't had any communications. Or I could have missed them, of course, but there's an issue of capacity, but there is an issue that the Pacific is not really represented. And so I don't mind continuing sort of with those understandings.
Okay, that's why the role of the convener, we'll talk about it later on, is very important.
Yes.
Because this
and
is
we wouldn't have the ability to
yeah,
take
this
that
is
role.
not the RCE global RCE research service center body. It is yours. It is RCEs, Asia-Pacific RCEs. All right. Okay. Any? Yeah.
But since I think we need a representative from the Pacific.
Yep.
Otherwise, only Asia, then the Pacific becomes just a token.
So you continue.
Thank you.
Waikato continues. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. One. Next. Any? Yogyakarta was a member, but not.
For Yogyakarta, Nanung is Ching, the institute is Ching. That is why he might be occupied with his new job. So here I am accompanied by Dr. Nares. I would like to know whether Dr. Nares is time for doing this one. If she can, then might be have much time compared to Nanu.
Okay, good. Yeah. Would you?
Yes, but it depends on the president.
Okay.
Sorry, but definitely we are interested to
Dobungo. Dobungo. Gobungo. In. Okay. 3 now. 3 more.
Is it possible that I invite them also as two from the RCE KL?
Prof. Tabukonan, can I ask something?
But they're not RCE.
They are within RCE, but they are in different regions.
RCE, yeah. Okay. May I ask for more volunteers?
Is there a volunteer for what, Prof? Can I join in or what?
Who's is Iko?
From Kalimantan.
Another, yes. Iko,
Exactly.
yes. You want to join?
Please do, yes.
Okay, East Kalimantan. East Kalimantan. Anybody else?
I'm Jeff from RCE Penang.
And anyone more?
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay. This is Penang.
Yeah, I'm Jeff from RCE Penang. I'm just wondering, because we're retaining like a few names. Did we get their consent? Are they willing to stay? Because like we have two from RCE Penang. Did we ask them like if they wanted to continue, or did they say no?
Yeah. The membership is by RCE.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is by RCE.
Okay, so it's is it the coordinator's decision or the member himself? Because
it's your decision.
My decision. Okay. Okay, because I haven't asked anyone yet. Like I think Dr. Noraida is actually, she has retired, so I don't think. I think I was about to ask someone else if.
So in principle, you want to continue?
Yes, we do. But I think it's the members, because Dr. Noraida has retired, so she's no longer here. So I think maybe I'll take over the place, like a member from Munira. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Dr. Ada is still around. Yeah.
But KL, I don't know. KL, the mini Malaysia now. Maybe you can wait for next time.
or we can have one from Penang and
South
the other one
Asia.
from
South Asia. They were, where were they? Let me see. Sundarban is Bangladesh. Oh, in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is South Asia. Bangladesh. No one from India. We had Srinagar, yeah. China. If it is China, it will be Hangzhou. RCE Hangzhou, subject to their agreement. We can nominate them. Okay, Hangzhou. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 now. 6. Waikato, Yogyakarta, Dobungo, East Kalimantan, Penang, Hangzhou. Okay, done. Done. So what is next? What is next? Next slide, please. Yeah. This is about the regional advisors for the period 2022 to 2023. We are pleased to announce that for Asia-Pacific, we have now two regional advisors. Africa, Americas, Europe, they all each have one. But in view of the large number of RCEs in Asia-Pacific, there are 72 now and rising. 72? Oh, yeah, 72. In view of the large number, so the Global RCE Service Center has decided to add one more. Yes. The continuing one is Kiran, Kiran Chukar, who is unable to join us. She's traveling. But we all know her. And we are honored to have the new one with us in the person of Dr. Park Kyung. new regional advisor for Asia Pacific, and may I kindly request Dr. Park to say a few words of self-introduction?
Like about 20 years. So I'm willing to serve, as advisor for 2 years and trying to bring out some ideas how to activate this RCE movement. We are telling to each other the RCE is, Center for ESD education, but how could we really affect to make this ESD infiltrate into daily life and through formal as well as informal education and in family. So I'm very much honored and thank you for inviting me to be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of an advisor is very important because they advise the RCEs, individual RCEs, they mentor potential RCEs also on how to develop a submission, for example. And also they advise the Global RCE Service Center on strategic issues through their participation in the Ubuntu Committee. So very important. And we are very honored to have Dr. Park and Dr. Kiran as well. Welcome. Now, next slide would be the Regional Youth Coordinator. Regional Youth Coordinator. I'm sorry, before I go into that, I forgot one thing that we need. The committee works if we have a convener. Somebody has to convene it to take leadership within the committee, right? And I would like to open the floor for a nomination. And I Professor Irfan, Jakarta.
Yeah.
Yep, please.
Today's meeting, I think it's very successful after 2 years of vacuum because of the pandemic. So can I suggest Dr. Zainal to take the convener?
Suggestion.
Seconded, is nominated and seconded. Any objections? By acclamation, we accept.
I'll pass that to the chair.
No objection. No objection. So Dr. Zainal is the new convener of the Asia-Pacific RCE Coordinating Committee. Congratulations. And we also thank the outgoing convener, Dr. Chinara. Chinara is still here with us. We thank her for her contributions for the last 2 years. Okay, the last item is about RCE Regional Youth Coordinatorship. The Global RCE Service Center is formalizing the appointment because in the past it was very much ad hoc, informal. So now we are formalizing the role of Regional Youth Coordinator by appointment of the UNUIAS Director. Yeah, so it's quite a prestigious position now. To remind you that the TOR is already approved by the Global RCE Service Center. I'm not sure if they have a copy of that one. We will provide a copy, but these are the functions. These are the functions. One is about advising the Global RCE Service Center on policy, coordinating, and then we have what else? Conduct outreach activities beyond RCE community, participate in meetings and conferences, and provide a brief report on RCE activities. That's the function. And the appointment is by the UNOIES director for a particular region. So there will be one each for each region: Africa, Americas, Asia Pacific, Europe, upon endorsement of the Ubuntu Committee of Peers for the RCEs. The term of the regional youth coordinator shall be 2 years with the possibility of renewal. The appointment is limited to maximum of 2 consecutive terms. Just maximum of 2 plus 2. Huh? That would be the appointment. And there is a process how to nominate, and this is through the regional advisors. The Global RCE Service Center will request the regional advisors to coordinate in consultation with the RCEs of Asia Pacific to nominate one RCE youth representative, just one, to the Global RCE Service Center with some justification. And then this will be reported or presented to the Ubuntu Committee. Now, if the nominated youth representative reflects a significant imbalance of gender, this is among the different regions, the Global RCE Service Center shall call for another nomination. For this year, nomination is due by 31st of October. And then the Ubuntu Committee will endorse it in December. An appointment will be there made soon thereafter, December or early January. So that's the process. This is for your information. So there will be some communication from the regional advisors to all the RCEs on the process, nomination or whatever process. And then you respond to that announcement. And then the 2 advisors will look at the qualifications and they will make one nomination to the Global RCE Service Center. The age, well, there's a recommendation.
But age limit.
There is a recommendation to follow the United Nations definition for youth, which is they use it for statistical purposes actually, from 15 to 24. 15 to 24. So you're overqualified. But this is recommendation only. It's a recommendation. It's not really obligatory that it has to be like that. Because some countries, some regions use 35 actually is the limit. 35. So so it is just a reminder that the UN definition is 15 to 24. So by the time of the nomination, it has to be within the youth age limit. So is that okay? You want to,
It is a recommendation. It's, as Mario said, it's not obligatory, and it depends. I think each region or country has different definitions, so maybe under 35 would be acceptable. Thank you.
Because in our ProsperNet, the sister network of RCE ProsperNet, the Young Leadership Program, Young Researchers School, we go up to 35 because it includes the young professionals. It's not only students. The UN definition is based on students. 24, maybe you finish bachelor's degree, but we go beyond that to include the young professionals entering into their own careers. So which is very rational actually. Anyway, thank you all very much. And any issue yet? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. May I pass over?
That's the end of quite a number of things that we would like to be done before lunch. So from now on, we will invite Brodin to explain, because from now on, it involves quite a lot of mobility from one place, gallery, and etc. So we need detail of the movements and the grouping, etc. But before that, we would like to thank all those people who are still online, because it's specific for in-person participants. So we like to thank everyone in the online. We still like see 24, 25 of them. Thank you very much. We'll see you then on Wednesday, is it? Wednesday. Sorry, Thursday, on the 30th. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you again day after, tomorrow. So we like, if you can have Brodin to explain what's next after this.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Zainal. It's not really a good time to present. As we have feed our mind, it's time to feed our body very soon. But just a quick one. Next slide, please. After the lunch break at the banquet hall, for Muslims, you can have your prayer at the mosque, Shah's Mosque, or you can pray and then have your lunch. Next, we will move to exhibition. We have delayed 10 minutes from the original schedule. So we can have a quick lunch. And then around 2:40, we will usher you to the exhibition, the flagship exhibition. And just spend about 10 to 15 minutes, and the one with the arrow is the exit area. Our volunteers will stand by to assist you. After the exhibition at the level 2, we'll move to visit to Sejahtera Center, where we'll have mini exhibition there. Okay, this is our center. We have some short sharing session here, and right after we will move to IIUM Gallery, where we have our shop for those who are interested to drop by. Okay, once we are done, 3:15, we will gather at this. This is the same building, level 1, at this porch. There will be 3 vans next. We have assigned the van list. It is also available outside the hall. We will also update in the field trip group, so you can refer to this list and get your van ride. All right, next. We will have our Garden of Knowledge and Virtue campus tour, where we will stop at 3 different locations, which is our local Malay house, our cat shelter, which is also one of the RCE project, and the Stainless Bay, and a quick tour in the van. And until we reach the roundabout, we will stop here for our group photo at this signage. After this, we will move to PSPK, where we'll also have the launching of RCE G2 Community Coordination Office. We will have our early dinner here after the visit. And that's the end for day 1. Tomorrow, it's also important for me to give now, otherwise after this you will be in different groups. For those who have yet to join the WhatsApp group for field trip, we will have this QR code later. You can scan and join for those who are yet to join. Okay, next. For tomorrow, for those who are staying at Scapes Hotel, no worries. But for those who are staying elsewhere and also our partners, please gather at this location at roundabout around 7:45 in the morning. So wherever you are staying, please gather here. 7:45, we will depart by 8 a.m. For those who escape, you can wait at the lobby or the same place like this morning. All right, at 8. Your journey is shorter than the one from Gombak. Next. All right, we will have a lunch under the tualang tree. Yes. All right, this is our accommodation for tomorrow. Okay, next. We cannot show all because the one online, they will be jealous with us. Okay, this is the resort, some environment. Next. This is some of the facilities available. Next. Okay, this is our real world lab visit to indigenous community tomorrow. So prepare the maybe sport attire, and for those who like to get wet, just be ready. Next. This is where we will have our tea break, and after the tea break, for those who like to do some kayaking, it's optional. We can also feel, and we have dinner. And next, our last activity for tomorrow is stargazing. This is actual picture taken at Dance Eco Resort. Hopefully we'll get the same when we visit there. All right, next. I think day three we still have time to brief, but just to be sure, next. We will gather at the Dance Eco Resort around 7:45, and we will leave from here. We'll take a boat, a 5-minute boat to Jetty Kuala Tahan, where we will be receiving the students of SK Kuala Tahan Primary School. We will receive them here and go to the school and have an hour session with them. This is the school. And finally, we'll depart to IPG Kuala Lipis. This is our real world lab for indigenous knowledge. And we'll have our closing there. All right, with that, thank you very much. Let's have our lunch.
Thank you, Brodin. So we'll have lunch until 2:40. All right.
Hopefully it's...
Yeah. So lunch is just next door. We did RDC. Yeah. We'd like to... we'd like to pass the... Yeah, I think just take it up. Before that, we'd like to, one of the partner, because we haven't conferred the certificate yet. So we'd like to call Prof. This mic. Oh, ada Haji Nordin ada belakang. Okay. He's one of the RCE Greater Gombak partner. Thank you, RDC. Welcome to RCE Greater Gombak and the bigger RCE network internationally. And the work. Okay. All right, let's go for lunch next door. I'll see you at 2:40, inshallah.